slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Good morning. Happy Monday, you guys. Happy Monday, chat.
Good morning. Nick's putting on the gun show already over there.
Let's see it.
Yeah, no, I had a busy morning. I had to run all over town. Finally got, and plus it's I think it's leg day today, so that'll be good.
Don't skip leg day.
Can't skip leg day.
Yeah, Khan said, let's start off the week with green smoothies. So healthy. I love it. Barbie, you love smoothies too?
I do. That's the morning routine.
Yeah, I have to get back into it. Speaking of routine, so I started biking again, and this weekend I went on a bike ride, and a big old gnat flew in my eyeball. It was so awful. It's never happened to me ever. I almost crashed. I was like, ah! It was like burning. I got it out. It's fine. I can still see. My eyes are okay, guys.
Yeah, I hate to say I would like to see that, but I would have liked to seen that, you know?
I think you probably would have laughed. Only because everything turned out just fine. So speaking of seeing, who'd like to show us the charts and what you're thinking this morning? First, Nick or Barbie?
You ready for it, Nick, or you need a minute?
I'm good. I'm ready to go. The charts don't look too sexy, but I'll go ahead and knock this out. So let's start the weekly here on the NASDAQ. Well, first let's start with news. So not a whole lot of news Monday through Wednesday. We do have red folder meeting minutes on Tuesday. Remember, that's not the big FOMC. That's like the teeny weeny little one. That's like the one that's not a big deal. That's just where they release the transcripts. And then Thursday we have 8:30 followed by 9:45 news, and then Powell speaks on Friday at 10 a.m. with that Jackson Hole meeting. So my focus probably going to be Tuesday through Thursday for my day trades. Sometimes Mondays with no news, like at 9:30, it kind of does the Lord's work and, gives you a setup with the volatility. If we have a clear draw, I do like how we are opening up and we're going lower. It kind of gives me, idea that we're going to go higher the rest of the week. But to start, I don't know why this is down here. It should be down here. To start this week, it's going to be downwards consolidation here on the 4 hour, just by looking at the daily. And if you look at the 1 hour, not a whole lot of gaps in here, right? Not a whole lot of gaps. I am going to be looking at these Asia highs right here. I think these could be our target. I'm going to go to back out now to my hourly charts and show you. So if we go to the 15-minute, so these Asia highs to me are always stick out, or Asia lows, especially if they're untapped and it's on the side of higher time frame order flow. So I'm bullish today. I want to move down in London. Maybe we can see some a manipulation at 9:30 where it goes lower. And then from here, it goes higher. So back up to there. ES, kind of, it's obviously a little stronger here. It looks like there is a SMT here already with the previous day of the low. Yeah. So, yeah, right here on the hourly chart, if you look, ES ran this low already, NQ did not. So that is going to be something I'm going to be watching here. I already think we kind of go higher, but that just kind of gives me extra confirmation. But yeah, I have a draw on liquidity. I have a point of interest that price could move away from. Now it's just a matter of, do we get that nice displacement? Do we get that clean delivery? That's usually the problem on No News Mondays, is the lack of delivery. And one thing that always helps me out when I'm looking for trades on Mondays with no news is just pay attention to the candles, right? Is there a lot of gaps in here? If there's not, it's probably just a choppy session. And yeah, you can even watch like the 5-minute or the 15-minute. But I feel pretty good about this. I'm glad there's SMT, a divergence at this low. These Asia highs on ES are untapped as well, so could be seeing a move higher from here. So that's kind of what I'm watching. Not really looking at a bearish price action. However, the weekly, I don't have a weekly point of entry. We still have this weekly gap from 2 weeks ago that we did not come down into. So maybe, I feel like if we did that, people start getting really scared about everything, and they shouldn't. But I'm just gonna wait until I see confirmation of that. So bullish for the day for me. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't love it, but we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Nick. Barbie, what are you looking at this morning?
I don't have a clean setup yet either. I'm kind of hoping one sets up here. I've kind of got some ideas about that, but I wanted to start on the daily. Actually, we can even start on the weekly a little bit, just to kind of put things in perspective. So I'm always looking for what could potentially happen and what could our daily and weekly candle potentially look like. And Nick was kind of talking about how he's not expecting any kind of massive move today, like with a lot of follow through and all that. And that's kind of,
usually
the
when it
weekly doesn't. Yeah. But if you look on the weekly, like, we don't have as much room to do that sort of thing higher right now, right? There is more room lower, even though the market is in an extreme uptrend. So that makes it a little bit harder to continue with these pushes, right? So I'm just kind of keeping that in my thought a little bit. I'm also kind of noticing on the daily where we're starting. Well, last week we put on the very beginning of a little slight pullback move down. Same as we got over here, where we had a few red days and everyone started freaking out like, oh crap, here it comes. Yeah, it was a pullback and we got a little move back higher. So we might be starting another one of those here. That could be something that kind of goes on this week. We could also keep continuing higher. And like Nick mentioned, the news is pretty slow right now. We have the FOMC meeting minutes as the first red folder so far. That's not to say that Trump couldn't bring plenty of heat today and tomorrow. There's a lot of talk about Ukraine and, all that kind of stuff right now. In the Middle East, there's some stuff going on. He's tweeted about Hamas already today. So you can't rule out the random news coming out before then about anything. I'm not as bored with meeting minutes as Nick, but that's okay. I'm always looking to see if there's any surprise. Lately, there hasn't been, because, Powell's been like, no, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're doing a great job. We're just going to keep doing that. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. And so the meeting minutes have reflected that. It used to be there could be some little gems in there to let us know what they're thinking about for the next meetings. And we have a few more meetings left this year that could be pretty interesting. So that's what everyone's going to be like holding on to, is hopefully we get some sort of insight that we haven't heard yet on rate cuts for the rest of the meetings for the year. I don't know if we're going to get that, but that's what everyone's hoping for. And then unemployment and PMI later, but Jackson Hole starts this weekend too. The market tends to just not be as fun when we have Jackson Hole going on, because it's like, well, what's going to come out of it? It's one of those things we're kind of waiting to see. But anyway, let's talk about today. So that's not the right one. So we opened up kind of around this 68 level. It wasn't exactly, it was down 67 something. And when we open up with no news, we tend to not travel very far from our open. So I was trying to keep that in mind. We do have a little bit of a downtrend starting here. I don't know if it's going to hold. What I was kind of looking at, I didn't copy my levels over. Let me copy these over real quick. It'll make more sense. Okay, what I was looking at on the higher time frame is it looks like we're really putting in some support 64.50 to 64.60. And so that's what I'm watching for this morning to see if this ends up, well, really all day today, if this ends up being a strong support or if we're going to push below it and have it become resistance. I think the 64.50 to 60 level is going to be pretty key today. If we continue this little downtrend and put in a new swing low, it would probably end up, at or below the 64.50 and then continue lower. This yellow mark here is the gap that Nick was talking about. And I think we filled at least some of this on ES, but
Barbie uses sure. ICT confirmed.
Yeah. I don't know what I just ICT'd, but I did it. Anyway, so that's the next spot. If we do get below the 64.50, I have this level at 64.40. It's pretty close in there, but really I'd be looking for 64.25 for that main target if the bears want to get the ball rolling. If this support holds the 64.50 to 60 zone, and it's a zone, so it could be kind of sloppy where we trade in here, but ultimately I want to see the price travel back above it. That's when I'd be looking, as long as this holds, to potentially look up to 6,500 again. I think that's a pretty easy target for the bulls. We've already tested it a couple times, and so this wouldn't be groundbreaking to get there. So we can see if that can happen. I don't think we're really going to be looking too far into extensions today, just because it's there's not a lot of reason for the market. That's why, is there a reason for the market to move today? Not a ton. It can just kind of do its thing without making any major dramatic moves to either direction. So that's why I was looking for it to kind of stay in this area. The choppy scenario would just be every time we get away, maybe we go down to 64.50, come back down to there was also a swing high here at the end of July at the 68.50 level. So there are a few reasons to keep kind of traveling back here. Same thing if we start going too high, maybe we get up towards the 6,500. It might just want to come back and hang around here for a little bit until we have reason to move. But I'll be watching Trump for that too today. He looks like he's ready to go this morning.
Thank you, Barbie.
Off or something.
Yeah, Monday. We're just all going to look for reasons for it to move. Chat, are you thinking long or short today? Type in L in chat if you're thinking long, S if you're thinking short, or no trade on a Monday, N.
Trump had just posted, it's a big day at the White House. We have never had so many European leaders here at once. A great honor for America. So we'll see if he's got any drama with the leaders today. That's kind of what we'd be looking at there.
Yeah.
We love the drama. We do. It makes the markets move whenever he tweets. So hopefully he's in a tweeting mood.
I'm seeing more L's.
Yeah. Oh, Baba June said C for chop. Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was rambling about something else.
Oh, do tell. Do share.
Two things. One, LeBron is the GOAT of basketball, by the way. It's not even close. I'm sorry. It's not close. Jordan was great, but he's Anthony Edwards. There's been so many MJs in the league. There's Anthony Edwards right now. There was freaking DeMar DeRozan at one point. You got Kobe right after. There's never been another LeBron James. And two, I was in Barbie's Discord this weekend. I finally found it. I got plugged in there, and man, I had a fun time.
I wasn't prepared.
I wasn't prepared, but I did have a fun time. It's kind of like that water slide at Universal where you go all the way up to the top and you get inside the little cubicle or whatever, like the glass cubicle, and you're like, man, how do you get down? And then they just take out the floor from underneath you. That's what happened to me this weekend. I was about to read a book and I ended up not reading that book.
Maybe focusing on Jerry West anyway. You gotta go with the classics.
Yeah, everyone go check out Barbie's Discord. Also, Nick Does Futures Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about your exciting thing that you're going to be doing in your Discord, like this awesome giveaway.
Oh yeah, no. I'm giving away I have it right here. Giving away a map book in the Discord this week. So that'll be cool. Do some like not just a random giveaway. It's like trading related. So how well people have a trading plan, how well they stick to it over the course of the rest of the month. So but yeah,
I love
that's pretty much
that.
it. I'm not gonna go too in detail because
Yeah.
I think they just started streaming in there. So if they if people are watching both right now, then they obviously got tipped off. So but yeah, no.
Yeah, I love that.
Kind of help people get better at trading. Some people just give away stuff all the time. It doesn't really help them, get better at trading. Whether it be accounts or. And I like doing those. I like buying some accounts, giving them away, or just giving away the ones I can give away. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, you both like really want us to get better. I love it. I can feel it. I can feel the love. Chat can feel the love. It's not just about like entertainment. It's like you guys truly want us to become better traders.
Good traders aren't haters. I know that. So.
Yeah, bro. I never met a hater doing more than me. They're always doing less than me, man. I swear to God. They're always doing less than me. So don't be a hater. Don't just wake up, watch the stream, blow accounts, and just start hating on me or Barbie or Terry. See how we can get better. Matt but Nick, I like it. Yeah. So Nick may do the futures, but he doesn't do basketball. Are you kidding me, bro? I'm hooping twice a week. I hoop twice a week.
He's a baller. He's gonna put that on his LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's in my kick profile. But
yeah, HMB says haters are having a bad day for sure. Definitely a waste of energy to hate.
Any new movies? No, I may just go see that other one again. Weapons. I'm guessing you guys didn't see it.
I didn't. I failed at my homework. I wanted to. I ended up going to that football game. I know, F for me, because I failed that homework. I went to a football game, which was so fun, and then I helped build the fence, so that was cool. I got the power tools out. I used a circular saw for the very first time ever, so that was pretty cool. I felt like pretty strong. I will say, I do recommend it. Do you guys use power tools?
All the time, Terry.
Nah, I usually just call the dude that does it, the handyman. But I mean,
I am the dude.
Here. Huh? Yeah. Well, I mean, I have them here. I just if I gotta hang a picture, if I gotta fix something, I'll do it. But if it's like a big job, like doing a fence, I'm not doing that.
Right? Oh, it was definitely a workout.
Tom accidentally went and saw Weapons. Yeah, it's still got like a 97% on Rotten Tomatoes, so that's pretty good. But yeah, no, it's such a good movie. If you haven't seen it, you're being square. Yeah, Barbie owns a ranch, so yeah, she does for sure.
I built a whole chicken coop and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of part of it. You don't call somebody to do that; they'll take forever and charge you too much. Just do it. Just get it done.
Yeah, or the beehive, right?
Yeah, I don't like working on the beehives, to be honest. I'm not a good woodworker, and there's always these things that you have to modify. I hate that.
Yeah. Nick, what do I think about gold? That's a good question. Let me take a look at gold. Been so busy.
I haven't even looked at gold yet this morning either. Maybe it'll be more exciting than the indexes today.
We'll see if my trading view starts loading. Okay, there we go. No. I usually don't like. I mean, if you're, let's just look at the lower time frames at 4 hour. The 1 hour looks pretty good. I don't know why QuickBooks is calling me. But remember what, I think hourly structure to the upside here looks pretty good. But the only problem is we're in a consolidation. And remember, I said I think now that we hit this high, I think we run for this low. If you're gonna get long, I would much rather wait until we get above the swing high in the daily right here. And even there, I don't feel too great about it because you're in a bearish gap now. So this pair was so good to trade the first quarter of the year, and then since then, it's just been diabolical. That's the word.
Diabolical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I like
the
that.
first quarter. Like, look at this. I mean, this is like LeBron in Miami, like 2012 LeBron, number 6, like completely just running it up, And then this is Cleveland, where he won a championship. It was still pretty good, but kind of unorganized there. FEG or Orb, I like them both.
Both have their uses for sure.
It's not what I use. I use fair value gaps, but yeah, lackluster for sure. Yeah, so that's
I even got an
kind of
email. I got an email about how great orbs were from some place I've never heard of before. That's how much everyone loves the orb right now.
Really? Yeah, it's probably because you did that video that got like 80,000 views.
There's been a lot of responses to that video too, like my orb is better, which actually cracks me up. But yeah, there's even emails going out about it now. It's hot, so hot.
It's hot.
Orb trade's hot.
Yeah.
The forever model, is that Cindy Crawford?
Lisa said, big orb energy.
Yeah. Karan's orb can beat up my orb. Yep. That's basically how it is on YouTube right now.
Oh, MyFundedFutures asked, do you ever trade the orb on a higher time frame, like the 15, 30, or 1 hour?
So I used to trade the orb on 30 minutes. This was a few years ago when I was first starting out. And in fact, the very first people that I taught it to, I taught the 30-minute. But when I was doing all the back testing and working on automating it, I had more data. Well, first of all, it's a different time period too. So pre-Trump's a little bit different than post-Trump. But when I actually did the testing for this year, the post-Trump year, I liked the 15-minute better. Plus, I was also looking for something that we could trade here on the show. And I was also looking for something that would help new traders relax a little bit in the first 15 minutes, because it's one of the hardest times to trade. We all love the morning session for the volatility, but that first 15 minutes is kind of crazy. So if you're sitting there watching for the range to develop, you're not trying to mess with stuff yet, probably. But yeah, 15 minutes. That was a long ramble about it, but 15 minutes is my favorite.
Keep us out of trouble. Mr. Smith says 5 minutes till the bell. Yes. 4 minutes. Oh, 3 minutes now. NQ is red by about 30 points and ES is red by about 6 points. Both trading below the VWAP.
Let's see. Full port long, easy. I kind of
At the bell, is that what we're doing?
Oh yeah, we back on the full port train again.
Full port Mondays.
How many of y'all wait? That's what I want to know. How many of you are good about waiting and for your actual trade to set up after the morning chaos? Or is the morning chaos your trade, I guess?
I feel like a lot of people haven't this. As soon as they wake up on Monday, like they have a urge to just push the button. You know, like it's almost like like they're addicted to the markets in a way. I was like when I first got into it, I was always watching it, but like you gotta let go of that for sure if you want to get better.
Mr. Smith said wade in or wait in or jump in.
Yeah, me personally, I always, if you guys don't know, I always wait till 9:30. Well, I'd say like 99% of the time. But if there's news at 10, I'll wait till 10. If there's news at 9:45, I'll wait till 9:45. But today, I'll just wait till 9:30. If I see a setup, I'll take it. I'm mainly just watching to see if we can get a move to these Asia highs up here.
Mr. Smith, I feel you on that. I always wait unless I don't.
But
At least he's honest. I think we all feel that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I always follow the rules except for when I don't.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, the what is your win rate? And my win, actually, I was actually talking to my Discord about this on Friday or Thursday. My win rate was like mid 50s this month. It wasn't the best. I will say majority of my trades though they just happen to happen after like 10, like 9:50, 9:55, 10 o'clock. Like you'll see me take trades and like right as I am about to enter a trade or it's about to happen, it's like usually like 10 o'clock. So that's just one thing I noticed with my back testing and just looking at my journals.
Mm.
But yeah, it hasn't been the best. August is usually not very hot.
It's
Not the
usually
best month.
choppy.
Yeah, it's usually, remember if you guys look at those, I showed you guys last week the seasonal tendencies for indices. August is usually the choppiest month of the year. I think outside January. So I just try to go for base hits. But when I do see a setup, the reason why I'm actually having a good month in terms of P&L is because when I've seen the setups that I wanted, I size into them. Like last week, for example, the CPI trade took a loss to start. And then I got back in, but I went in heavy. I didn't size down on the next trade, which is what I usually do because I felt really good about higher prices and it worked out. So yeah.
That's a really good skill to have when you
37
when you
sleep.
see the good trade, like go ahead and go for it.
Yeah, no luck, pure skill. Congrats, 50% hit. Market is open, it is ripping higher, going up to VWAP and wanting to fill that gap. About 5 points, 4 points. Oh, it filled the gap. Let's check on ES. ES is 4 points away from filling the gap from Friday's New York close. Nice big green candle. Congrats to all the longs.
I also want to see this week how well ES and NQ trade with each other. Like like last week, I felt like we saw a lot of lack of correlation between the two. So
It is pushing above VWAP now. NQ trading 23,800-ish. We'll see what
I
kind
can't
of
even
vibes.
trade now. I have to restart my broker. Isn't that torture first thing in the morning?
Yeah. What the heck?
Software problem at open.
Went and tested VWAP. So far, it's rejecting it. Let's see what's going to happen.
Are you in one there, Terry?
No, not yet. Not yet. I am thinking if this 5-minute candle closes towards maybe around here, and if it breaks the low, I will take this 5-minute orb on the downside.
Is anyone's Ninja Trader lagging while logging in? Mine logged in fine.
I just restarted mine because it was being funny.
Oh really? Maybe I should recheck mine.
It's good now.
No,
I'm gonna
it's
restart.
not good for now.
Gotta get connected to everybody back again.
Vala Trades is in the house. Good morning.
Might have depended on what data source you were using. I've had that happen where you just have to, sometimes if you connect to the data source, it's a problem, or disconnect from it, then everything works again. All right.
Yeah, I'm liking this rejection. Let's see what kind of vibes it gives us today. Oh, take a look at Dow. How's Mr. Dow and Mr. Russell doing? take a look at Dow.
I've got the dailies up right now. Let me move back down to, well, we'll move down to the 5 since this is open. I usually watch the 15 on these, but so the Dow did have an initial, I mean, it's put in a doji right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, these first candles can end up being so wicky. That's why they're so hard to trade, and why a lot of experienced traders that don't want to be involved in the drama just stay out of it. So we'll just see. But yeah, a lot of times we'll have things rotating in and out. That's what I was looking at while we were zoomed out on this NASDAQ chart, as we were watching. Sometimes we'll get rotations out of the Russell and into tech and back and forth. That happens a lot during earnings season. If you want to have your money working, but you don't want exposure to tech, you can put it in Russell and that sort of thing. But
Ooh, NQ is pushing higher, green by about 8 some points. ES is filling that overnight gap, about 1 point away.
ES does not have an overnight gap.
Oh, not overnight. I'm sorry. The gap since New York close.
So that would be you can call that the SPX gap or something like that.
SPX gap. Yeah. Wasn't there another term for it? I forgot. I think you told me in the beginning. Okay, this is second 5-minute candle is forming. Mikey Souls says RTH gap.
Yeah, that's what I've been calling it before too. But yeah, we just you gotta call it the right thing, because the overnight gaps are a little bit different. There's more than just a few kinds of gaps too. So that would be a good lesson sometime. Gap class.
Gap class.
So I just tagged in a position here. 808 is my fill. Got this breaker here on the M5. Mainly just watching. I want to just get in a position just in case we move towards these Asia highs. Stops probably gonna go below right around in here. This gives me, actually I can do a little bit more. There's some meat on the bone. Yeah, basically if we just completely engulf that 930 candle, then I get stopped out, which is fine. But I feel really good about these Asia highs. New week opening gaps and like untapped Asia highs or lows going into a Monday, or like the best setup for me on a Monday, especially with no news. So I'm in this setup right now. Obviously,
Let's
TP.
go.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's go.
Juicy.
MyFundedFutures asked, what do you think about book maps and footprint candles?
I've never used either, so I have no. I cannot say a word here.
I think they're kind of cool. I never got into Bookmap. I think it's almost too visual for me. I like relatively clean charts, and Bookmap is not that. I have used footprint charts, but I don't trade on the footprint chart. I have it as a separate chart where I'm just looking for some kind of levels to appear on it and things. So part of the problem with that chart is I need screen real estate for it, and so I end up not watching it throughout the day. That's why I kind of end up watching the volume delta chart throughout the day instead. But the volume footprint, I think, is pretty interesting. There are different ways of looking at the order flow, right? But I don't have one that I can share right now. But so the order footprint chart will show you where the actual orders are, if it was a buy order or a sell order at the price level. So you can end up kind of seeing where there's heavy volume. You can use it with volume profile too, because you'll end up having a node come out, and that's a little bit easier to throw onto a candlestick chart. But I mean, the footprint charts are pretty interesting. It's kind of bummer I don't have mine loaded today. It takes a little bit to load it.
Yeah, I've never used the footprint charts. It does look very interesting. I've always been curious about it. I'm with you, Barbie. The book map chart, there is like a ton going on, but it seems like the people who get really good at it it seems to help them. Chat, do you guys use Bookmap or footprint charts? I'm seeing. Oh,
I've seen some people talk about them. They talk about like the ES delta runs the NQ, runs NQ. I don't know what that means, but it sounds right sometimes because.
Well, what they're talking about is the more volume on ES. They're just trying to sound cool with the delta, but there's more volume.
I figured so. But no, it makes. Remember, I think it was a couple weeks ago. I was talking about how sometimes ES, you can get like an ES long. I feel like I like ES longs better than I like NQ longs. And a lot of shorts, I like NQ shorts better than ES shorts. So maybe it has something to do with that. I don't know. I could just be talking out my ass here. But yeah, I never used any of them. But I know people who are profitable who do both. Let's face it. Let's face it. Chat is full of ICT traders. Oh man.
But if you're ever going to add an indicator to your chart, the whole point of it is to see something that you can't see easily through the candlesticks. And so that's the whole idea. And whether you do that with volume profile or footprint or volume delta, that's really what the point is. It leads into why would you have an indicator on your chart and what indicator is best, which is the ones that help you see things, and don't clutter your chart up.
Nick, did it work? Did they sound cool? They definitely sounded cool. They sound like they knew something that was like below, like in like a secret room. You know, maybe they got abducted by two people and took in a white van and they coded it. But maybe that's what the guy who did that. Maybe that's what he does. He just doesn't. You know. So. Also, Bitcoin Zero top is in. Let's see here. It's today's TA. Today's technical analysis is. I'm guessing you mean it's a little interesting at the moment. Yeah, it is. It's not moving how I had hoped after I gotten in, but it did leave a fair value gap in here. So I'd like to see this get respected. My stop's below here, so feel pretty good. We have seen that 9:30 candle, like the 5 of the 15 minute, can get completely engulfed at times, but I feel good about this draw up here to Asia highs. You know, it could work out, couldn't? You know, it's Monday. You know, those trades are usually a little bit light for me, mainly just to get a feel for the market, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah. Are you guys in anything or no?
No, I'm just waiting. I have a order below the first 5-minute candle, so maybe I'll get tagged in, maybe I won't, for a short entry. 23,766 and some change.
766? Oh my god! So your entry will be my stop loss.
Oh no!
I'm about to be liquidity.
Yeah, maybe it takes in, maybe it doesn't. If it just keeps going higher, I will cancel it.
Yeah, no, one thing that the good enough reason I want to go light here is just in case we get some structure down and NQ wants to run this previous day low. Want to have some gunpowder on just in case we want to make another move up here. But you know, you guys know I like to give myself two trades per day max. So
Helps you be picky. I like that.
Yeah.
And it keeps you out of trouble. Keeps you from tilting, right? If you can only do 2, it's like so smart. Okay, I might get tagged in this short. We'll see. Some of our traders in chat are already done for the day. Congrats, guys.
I'm still waiting.
The Venom and the Reaper model sound cool. Yeah. I always think models are a cool, funny word for a trading plan.
I don't use it.
Yeah.
There's only one group who uses that, so everyone else is strategy or plan or setup. Yeah, normal words.
N11OR said, you guys are so calm when you're trading. I will say when I first started trading, oh my gosh, I was like a nervous wreck. the very first few months of trying to learn.
Uh-huh.
The
It
way
was
I
like a
looked at it
roller
is
coaster.
Yeah.
I didn't want to trade that way. I wanted to trade calmly. So everything that I've done, like my focus for my trading has all been about how can I make sure that I can trade calmly. And that the annoying and kind of funny thing is everything that you hear coming up in trading is exactly what helps you trade calmer, which is waiting for your entries, being really disciplined and patient with your setups, sticking to your plan, back testing so you have stats. That's what actually helps you stay calm in trading, and it's all the stuff that everyone resists at the beginning, including me, but you get there eventually, right?
Yes, as long as we don't give up. Okay, NQ is read by about 28 points. ES is read by about 4 points. Win above VWAP, trading below now.
It is a little choppy here this morning.
It's mighty choppy.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, if you look at the ES, it's not really been doing all of this.
Yeah, say NQ's that toxic X, right?
Mm-hmm.
Today's a great example of that. So,
Yelling and kicking and screaming while ES is trying to find the plan. All right, here's a decent candle on ES.
mm-hmm. It's a ES Delta, baby.
It is.
Rap Real Me says ES and NQ are not friends anymore. They've been going their separate ways.
They're not totally, though. It's just NASDAQ has put in bigger candles. It's actually the same kind of moves.
Same moves.
Yeah. What's YM doing? Is it
YM
More
is
like ES.
Every
Okay.
candle's been green, but it's wiki.
We are past the first, I mean, we got the first 15-minute candle close, so I could, yep, we're in on ES.
Oh yeah, the 15-minute
Still
orb.
working. Yep.
Yeah, ES
So
looks.
that's the little bot.
NQ looked better to start, and now ES I feel like looks better. You know, so weird. You really have to pay attention to. That's why I don't use like SMT for me is like preferred. It's not required because sometimes, if sometimes I'll get a long on like the weaker asset because it just looks cleaner, right? Like the structure on a low.
So I never learned it as an SMT. I just learned it as you know
divergence.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was looking for the pre-market high between the two and the pre-market low between the two. And I always, for me, it's like I would always over analyze it. It's like, but does that mean that it's going to, do the grab and then back the other way? Is it, I don't know. I've always struggled with that because just because one goes doesn't mean the other one's going to go. It's just like sometimes we'll leave daily gaps on one, but not the other.
Right.
It's hard to call it a hard and fast rule for me. You seem to do great with it, though.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say it's like it's preferred, it's not required. So, I just noticed like when I look at all my setups, my A+, they all have it, just about. But I have setups that work out and some that don't have it. So it just sort of depends. But you have to use them with like sessions, highs and like so. Like if London, like today, is a great example. We did not run previous day low on NQ. We ran it on ES during London session. Like that's a good example of it right there. I'm not just going to use two random 5-minute candles like this one and this one and call it SMT. I just don't. I don't I don't believe in. I think you should incorporate like the session or the time element into it as well. I think that's where you'll usually get your best setups. Mondays and Fridays are weird for me. Yeah, so I have a trade copier that like I have batches for those, and I have like a setups for like 50-50 setups. And that's usually when I trade on Mondays. And I have another batch is 50-50 setups for Fridays, because those 2 days are just super weird for me. I've seen days where I don't expect anything to happen at all, and there's just a green candle for an hour and a half. And then the same thing where I'm expecting like a big move with news, it just chops and does nothing. So, and that's usually like Tuesday through Thursday is usually when you have your main volatility drivers anyway. So it makes sense why Mondays and Fridays. I like that. Yeah, the time cycle SMT. That's right. That's right. You're going deep down the rabbit hole of ICT. Let's go.
How's your long going, Nick?
Huh?
How's your long doing? You took it on NASDAQ?
I took it on NASDAQ, unfortunately. It was looking cleaner when I got into it. But I mean, it's in drawdown a little bit. It's making it's making a
What's up?
comeback.
It might be in profit.
No,
come
it's
on,
not
ES, drag your girl. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm probably down by I'm like halfway from stop loss to entry point. So
I've been watching the VIX. I was trying to, because I have a setup that I'll play off the VIX, and it's like not moving at all. So I think we need the VIX to get on board here.
Right. We do have a couple of hourly gaps on NQ that we're trading inside of bearish gaps. So I was telling my one of my friends last night, he was like, hey, what do you think for indices this week? And I was like, bro, to me, it looks like when you combine it with the lack of news the first 3 days, it looks like the start of like a nasty consolidation. Look at ES, a 4-hour chart here. It looks like it looks like it's just going to chop around, maybe get a big move down, then a big move higher post news. But yeah, I don't know. I always take
Not exciting right now.
Yeah, like I say, I like to take it slow to start the week, get a feel for it. I think I got stopped out. My first trade last week was stop out. Second trade was a big trade. And then from there, okay, I just got stopped out. That means if I got stopped out, that means Terry got tagged in.
I got tagged in.
On the, so I'm now short the NASDAQ orb and long the ES orb, which is never my favorite, but it happens. And sometimes one of them will stop out and the other one prints, and then we'll go back the other way.
Yeah.
But this is the NASDAQ one that we have up now. So it's about to trail, and the ES one will stop out about the time this NASDAQ one trails. It's always a little awkward.
Yeah, it's Mondays. J Buzz says, I'm telling you, Mondays. My trade is in profit by about $300. TP is about 9-10 points below the low of day from pre-market. So we'll see. Maybe it'll print. I am liking it. I'm going to bring my stop actually just a little bit. This is an inside bar. I have been watching these inside bars, and they have been printing. Sometimes they don't, of course, like nothing works all the time. So that's why I moved it right above here. Might as well save myself a few points if this trade doesn't work.
Yeah. Mike says, I remember when we used to rally 100 points on a Monday. Well, we're not rallying, we're selling 100 points, looks like. So,
but that was stonks only go up days.
Yeah.
So the VIX did finally make a little bit of a move. It's got a gap below that it didn't fill, and it's trying to make a little bit of a breakout. So that's helping the short trades right now. Not a major move on the VIX, but when the indexes are kind of stuck, you're looking for something to, you're poking it, right? Something's got to poke and get the thing unstuck. And something's helping on the VIX. The Russell is moving up right now too, so we might have a little bit of rotation going on today.
Interesting.
The Dow and the ES are more closely tied than they usually are. And then we've got the Russell pumping with the NASDAQ dumping, which is usually showing rotation. Because I brought this up before, but there's a lot of these big funds, the hedge funds and the industrial funds and things. They have charters that say they have to have X percentage of their money working at any given time. If you have massive amounts of funds, you want it working. You don't want it sitting in a bank. So they have that's part of their agreement is they're always going to have these things working. So if you don't want to be along the NASDAQ, you're going to have to rotate it somewhere.
Money has to go somewhere.
Sometimes it can be gold. Sometimes it can even be Bitcoin these days, which is weird. But the Russell's a popular one because if you think about it, the NASDAQ's the party girl, right? So everyone likes the party girl. The Russell's kind of the old party girl. So it makes some sense. Yeah, Russell pump and NASDAQ dumping, definitely a rap song. We should put that one into AI.
Look at, yeah, so YM is down by about 20 points. ES is red by about 6 points, and NQ is red by about 46 points. Good morning, Mr. Delusional.
NQ is like a chihuahua. That's a very good point. It is like a chihuahua.
That's funny.
I like chihuahuas. Little lap dogs.
Someone asked a good question. I'm gonna try to find it. NQ Terry's in short. That is the trade. I went long on a position around like 9:35 and I got stopped out. I still think I still think we could get up here. I just think NQ now wants to probably go for this previous day low before making a move. At first there was SMT here, so and ES is still holding that same structure that I took the reason for I took a long on NQ. So maybe I just took the weaker pair for a long, and ES does in fact gravitate higher. So we'll see what happens. I know how these. I've seen this setup a million times, or in even this price action on a Monday. I know how to approach the market. Just if it's not a whole lot of news for the first couple of days of the week, I may go in with some light size, just try to get a feel for everything. If I start up on the week and I see a setup later, like maybe on a Wednesday, I'll size in on it. So kind of like I did last week. I went 0-1, then big win the second trade, and then base hits the rest of the way.
Yeah, it's like you're not firing off all your bullets on the first go.
I used to be like that, but you just get so tired of it. You get so angry, you get so annoyed with that. Like getting to the end of the trading day and just be like, accounts are blown, or you lost money, and you're like, man, I don't want to do this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I recommend to people. For sure. Who is Chef? Who is Chef?
MyFundedFutures.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's a joke one day about Burke cooking something up, and it never has been allowed to.
Burke does like to cook some stuff up. Denny is the chef today. Got it.
Mr. Smith has a good question. I don't even know the answer to this. This is more of a discussion. So if you've been having decent steady wins, but your eval is expiring in a few days, would you play the same setups or take a little bit more risk? Or I guess the alternative is really letting it rebuild, right? So I've done it both ways. It's kind of tricky.
You gotta let that shit rip.
Yeah. If I'm really attached to it, like if I would have my feelings hurt if I didn't pass that, it's usually worth it to pay a renewal. But by the time it's your 50th eval or beyond that, it's like, let's just get it over with.
Rip the Band-Aid off. You make a good point. It depends on the person, right? If you're pretty attached to it, probably just rebill and trade it. If you're just kind of like, oh man, like it just happens to be the rebills tomorrow in a couple of days, like, oh, well, I'm gonna just rip this trade, see if it works out. If not, I'll just
But at the same time, you don't want to add more size to a shittier setup. So you don't want to add size to a C setup. You want to add size to at least like a B plus, right? You still have to be patient. That's the hard part, is you have to be patient, but it's like tick tock, tick tock.
Yeah, like if their eval expires tomorrow, they're immediately go in there and just size up on a setup. They're not going to size up on an A plus setup because they're in a hurry. Now time is of the essence. So yeah, no, it's a lot of these, you can do one pass, like if you have 1 day of pass, or if you already hit the 50% consistency, or you need the other half of the 50%, you still need to look for A plus setup. That's always rule number one.
That's the hard part, is like, I get frustrated with that too sometimes, because either I want to get an account to pay out, or I want to get it to pass, and we're on a really annoying slow day, and I was, why couldn't we just have a decent setup today for me to go finish all this? But sometimes the market just doesn't give that to you. Yeah. But I try to, in that situation, I try to be patient and at least give it, the morning session. If it's the last day, I want to at least give it the morning session to figure out what we're going to do.
Ooh, I hear
y'all hear it? Y'all hear it?
50 free reset. Use code FUNMONDAY50.
I'm gonna head out, so you guys can take advantage of the code. I'll see y'all back here tomorrow. ES looks like it's holding now, but I'm anticipating NQ on that previous day low. So
yeah,
good luck in your trade, Terry. See you tomorrow.
Oh, thanks. See you tomorrow. Bye, Nick.
See you, Barbie.
Victor got it.
Victor got it. Oh, Zach typoed. That sounds like what I would do.
George got it. Woohoo! Let's go. Pine Tree Traders in the house. I did close out that short for about $430-ish in sim profits.
Let's go. W4 Terry, right, y'all?
Thanks, guys. Let's go. Yeah, if it says coupon accepted, but it won't go through, it means other people got ahead of you, Hitman. Definitely tune in throughout the day. MyFundedFutures does give away accounts throughout the day for the loyal viewers and listeners. It is a Monday.
It is a Monday.
Oof. Tricky, tricky. Yeah, John says stick around. Good morning, Emma.
Got a new funded account this morning. Oh, well, you deleted it. I was going to congratulate you.
Oh.
Nice. GAS caught the long. How did we not sweep the lows? That's what, Mr. Delusional, I feel you on that one. Like, when I sit there and wait for that kind of stuff, like, it drives me crazy. That's why I stopped watching for. I pay attention to it, but I'm not like, okay, we have to have that, because I was overthinking everything. We used to trade back when Boobies was my Discord partner. We were trading the pre-market highs and lows like every morning.
SBMFTV says, are we going to get more of Sean Sawyer? Would love to continue having psychology segments. Yeah, I would love that.
So. Your neck hurts. Quit bobbing so much, Pigeon.
Pigeon, I'm so curious about your name. How did you come up with your name?
Were you asking them? Sorry, I was reading.
Oh, yeah. I'm asking Pigeon. Pigeon, I'm so curious about like how you came up with your name. We see some cool names. I love the WeWap one, but it's gone now. It's MV. MFTV. Still like your name though.
So, No Luck Pure Skill was asking about opening a personal futures accounts. And I really like that. I mean, the software that we have, you can trade your personal account right alongside any other account, which I think is awesome. But the way I look at it, the prop firms are using, so if you sign up for a MyFunded account, you can get a Tradeovate account, right? So I was like, okay, let me go look at Tradeovate. And then I realized that they're the reason they're a specialized futures broker, and that's why we get really great margin rates. So my Interactive Brokers account, if I want to trade one NASDAQ, I have to have like $24,000 in my margin account to use that one position, and then I have to add drawdown on top of that. So it's kind of crazy that Tradeovate and AMP and the other futures brokers will let you have $1,000 in your margin account. So when you think about it that way, it's a lot less to fund your personal account than you think. So I tried to structure it, at least initially, kind of like how the prop firms are, where if you have $2,000 in there, yeah, that costs more than a prop firm fee, but then it's mine and I can control it. So I was trying to trade similar to how the prop firms, I mean, they're small accounts, right? At the end of the day, they are small accounts. So I was trying to kind of use the same rules, but the really nice thing is, there's no rules in that account. So if you actually know how to keep an account alive, there's no rules and you can withdraw it at any point. And then you can, whenever you want to, put trades on in your prop accounts and double that up, or, depending on how you scale it. I also think that when in my head, my funds are the primary funds, it helps keep me out of that trap that we can get into with prop firms, where it's like, well, I'll just throw that out there. I'll just see if that works and see if I get it and see if I can get a prop firm, see if I can get a funded account, just see if all this works. And that's a hard skill to correct. If you get into that habit, that's a hard thing to correct. And I think having my own personal account there has kind of helped keep me from really, just running with that whole prop firm kind of bad mentality, and sticking with treating my prop firms more like real funds.
And really learning to grow
I hope
that
that makes
equity
sense.
curve.
But yeah,
Yeah, it
I think
does.
it's a good practice. And what you want to do is just make sure, if you're going to trade futures, make sure it's a specialty broker, and then it'll basically have the same thing that you're used to, where you have to close by the end of the day. Otherwise, it's going to kick into that normal margin, the $24,000 or whatever it is for NASDAQ. And otherwise, like you can withdraw whenever you want. I want that. Give it to me. So it's pretty nice.
Yeah, the amount of margin, it's incredible that it's only 1,000 for NQ. Intraday day trading margin, I believe, with Tradeovate versus some of the
Overnight. So it's intraday versus overnight. Overnight is going to be the full CME rate. So Pigeon says he's got a lot of pigeons around his house. That's where that name came from. I hear they're very good at building nests, right? We don't really have pigeons around here. Everything would eat them.
Yeah, Monday. The indexes are telling us it is Monday. NQ is read by about 20 points. ES is read by about 2-ish points. And YM read by about 70 points. Kind of
So
lackluster.
your typical bull has pointed out it's only $50 to trade in MES. And I like how he put that super low barrier of entry. It is. It's insanely low. So I was saying $2,000 would fund a personal account that is kind of equal to your prop firm accounts if you wanted to kind of trade them alongside each other. But yeah, so $50 for an MES is what they're wanting. And at a traditional broker, that would be I'm trying to do the math in my head right now, but that would be $1,400 or so. So that's a pretty good deal. So everyone, there's kind of this attitude that you have to have a prop firm to trade futures, and you don't. The reason that we go to prop firms is because it's a low cost. It's an extremely low cost to have someone else take on the risk for you. So it's when you start building wealth, you have to start talking about wealth management and things, and you're talking about the cost of money. And I know that's not something when you have a smaller bank account, you're not really talking about the cost of money so much, but that's if you can pay cash for a house and you have to make the decision, am I going to pay cash for this $400,000 house, or am I going to finance some of it? Then I'm going to have to pay interest on top of that. But if I'm going to buy a $400,000 house and I'm going to mortgage $200,000 and put $200 cash down, in theory, I could have that $200,000 at work making more money than the interest costs me. And so this is the kind of things that advanced, which it's a more advanced finance thing, but that's when you're looking into prop account, it's the cost of that leverage and the cost of that funding that is really appealing to more established traders that don't necessarily have to have funding programs to be able to trade, but I mean, we can really scale up real fast for a really low cost. So low barrier of entry to trade micros, but then look at how many micros I can trade if I'm trading my account plus 5 MyFundedFutures accounts. It's a lot.
Incredible leverage.
This is so choppy though. This is the choppiness. Oh,
barcoding.
I just realized these trades are up. So this is the orb waiting to stop out of basically of the short unless it goes here. That's the MES one, and then here's the NASDAQ one. So I mean, this isn't exciting at all. I've got nothing exciting to show you on the orb trades today, but that happens.
MM says never trade again on Monday.
Somebody's got to understand the budgeting and finance around here. If you want to have wealth and not just money, you have to understand how wealth works and not just how money works. Yeah, the market does some caffeine. Some market, Alani, would you like some?
Yes, pour some coffee on.
Stick.
Good morning, Trading Star. Raphael says, I'm taking August off for the rest of my life. Oof. Yeah, August is a tough one.
It is a harder month. I've had lower expectations, which is kind of a bummer because I had a killer July. So I'm like, oh, I want to go smash that. But I'm also in the back of my head knowing August is probably not the time that's going to happen. So
I think this week is a lot of retailers are reporting this week. Maybe we'll get some clues about what's upcoming with with their guidances that they might give us.
Your typical bull, that's exactly what I'm getting at here. So if you have your own account that you're making $100 a day in, and then you're going to add 5 MyFundedFutures accounts, I mean, that's not impressive. $100 a day. You add 5 MyFundedFutures accounts to that, then you've got 6 accounts making $100 a day. $600 a day is making some money, right? Then you're starting to replace your job. Then you can start scaling up. That's why they literally have the scale plan built to kind of hold your hand and help you do that. And yeah, that's that curve that we're talking about. And I know it takes patience because that means we're not making $1 million today. It means we're making $1 million next week, right? So, but no, it's not that fast. But when you take the patience to actually let that sort of plan work out, it's really hard because you see $100 a day, maybe that's not super interesting. But when you actually think about, well, in a couple months, I can turn that $100 in a day into $500 a day. A couple months after that, I can turn it into $1,000 a day. And yeah, it's a couple months, but that's really what the prospect is when you really grind hard and do the things that you're supposed to do and come up with your plans and your patience and your discipline. And that's why not everybody gets that. And we have to say things like those results aren't typical because most people can't find that discipline and put all of the different puzzle pieces together to make it happen, because that greed and that drive and that impatience just always comes in stronger.
Mm. hmm And it seems like a lot of people quit before they're able to get there, before they're able to kind of change those bad habits. And um, yeah, it does take some
So,
time.
Ricky James was wondering, what do you think was the biggest hurdle for newer traders? And I know that mine and probably most of the people that I work with is honestly finding that discipline. If you don't have the discipline, it's going to be really, really hard. So that's what I'm always talking about. How can we take something hard like trading and make it easier? And one of those things is from developing discipline. I mean, you'll look at people, if you the reason that people get so pissed off about rich and famous people, or not even if they're famous, but just like rich and wealthy people in general, is because they make everything look effortless. They're probably in shape. They probably have a clean house. They probably have a clean car. And it's not like once you have money, all of those things fall into place. It's that discipline that keeps your house clean, that keeps your body fit, all of that that you're going to then use in your career, whether it's trading or anything else. And so if you can develop a discipline through trading, the idea is hopefully it's going to spill over into the rest of your life. And then you'll have a clean house and it'll be easier to work and it'll be easier to make more money and you'll be more fit and your mind will be more rested because you're going to be taking care of yourself so you can have better discipline. And that's why all of these things end up coming together, and why I say things like we're going to be rich and fit, because that's the way it works. Just kind of is.
Discipline, word of the day.
Word of the career.
Word of the career.
I think that is what gets uncomfortable. So there is personal growth involved in trading. And if you're not willing to do that, it's going to be a lot harder. Because even so, if you're going to say we've got discretionary trades versus systematic trades, the reason that some people have to only trade systematic trades where they're not putting any real thought into it at all is because they have a really, really hard time with that discipline. They can find the discipline to take that systematic trade, but not the discipline to manage the trade once we're inside of it. Of course, I think there's a lot of ways you can make that easier on yourself, like going a little slower, not trying to make $1 million today, and just taking it one step at a time. But we don't all want to do that. I know.
Yeah. I want to make $1 million before lunchtime.
I do too, but
Dang it. Yeah.
If the choice is either like not making $1 million before noon today and potentially making $1 million down the road, or just getting mad and not doing the discipline work, which one am I going to pick? $1 million later or nothing? It's the way I kind of look
Yeah.
at it.
Or negative. Negative dollars. Yeah. I like that. Thinking about down the road and trusting that it's going to be there for us can help
I need
with
to
the
get a
discipline.
watermark on these so they're easier to see, but this one's the NASDAQ trade. Honestly, I'm not excited about the orb trades at all. These are pretty, I don't like them today, but
Yeah, it's definitely a blue day.
it happens.
hmm
Socials. So Terry does have, you have Instagram and you have X. We
I
both do.
do. Yeah,
We
at
should have a
Terry.
description.
Yeah, it should be in the description. If not, it's at Terry Trades 100 on YouTube, on Instagram, and on X. Thanks for asking why. And Barbies, yours are all Bull Barbie?
Yeah, so
No.
Instagram is bull.barbie, but X is bull Barbie, and then on YouTube it's bull Barbie trading. It's pretty easy to find. I think I'm the only bull Barbie on YouTube, so far anyway. There's fakers everywhere else.
Oh yeah, there's so many fake accounts, you guys. And make sure like you check and see that the name is like verified and the name is exactly. I've had to report so many other people's fake accounts that'll pop up, and um the scammers are really tricky. Like they make it so close and they'll repost all the person's stuff so it looks legit and it's not. So yeah, be careful out there. Make sure it's exact.
I thought Terry was DMing me because about this secret hedge fund. I just sent Terry like all my crypto.
We will never ask for your money, you guys, ever. And we won't DM you either. So Keith Singleton says just got to get 100 pop accounts and copy every trade, make 1,000 trade and do that
That's all.
100 times a million a day. I like that plan.
That's all we got to do.
Easy. We got this.
I'm starting to watch VIX come down here. I wonder if we're finally going to get a little tick up here. I don't even care about the orb trade anymore. I'm just trying to find something I can make some money on, but I think we might finally get a pop here. Am I short on both of these? I am. Whatever.
Any
Market
luck on
might finally pop.
any luck on the car buying, Barbie? Were
Oh
you
yeah,
looking for the Cadillac or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think everyone wants to go into my boring cars, but yeah, we got a car coming. It's being delivered today.
Exciting.
But thank you for my background. I was thinking I need to put more hats back there. More hats, right? I was looking. It's like pictures are cool, but I've got so many hats. Might put hat collection back there. Oh wow. Apple did. I wasn't even looking at my tech charts just now. Apple has completely erased its move. Here, we'll take this really boring trade off of here and go look at this one real quick. Apple, Apple, Apple. Where's Apple? Okay, I'm just gonna. Oh, there it is. Well, that's an hour. Let's go down to the 5-minute. Look at that complete reversal of the little morning pump. The market is very indecisive today. Here's Apple's example. This is that move we always used to trade on Tesla. It doesn't do it every day anymore, but it used to be like if Tesla made a move in the first 5 minutes, you could just reverse it.
Holy smokes.
Yeah,
Apple is like the chart of the day. I feel the indexes just kind of suck this morning.
Yeah. But I'm watching VIX to see if we're going to start getting a little bit of a downtrend. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. This is that little tick up where we got that move down was on this candle right here. This is a 15-minute. But I mean, look at ES. It's just choppy. That one's not going anywhere. But what I'm watching is if we start, continuing lower on this VIX candle to at least fill this gap, that could at least get us up to the highs that we put in this morning. So there's a little idea there. I'm going to try a little something on that. Okay, let's switch over to...
Oh, CJ said something really great. Chat, remember that the vision you see is actually something that's real and happened. You just have to keep on the road and having your vibrational frequency fixed on that. It's like using that positive imagery. Thanks, CJ. Oh no.
Okay. So here's that little pop that I was looking for.
Let's go.
If we can get over 72, I'm going to I mean, I want to trail this so bad. Go. Okay. I'm going to trail it. And I just heard a stop, so that's got to be on that orb. Trailing on this one. Go get it, you little turd.
Go get it.
Today.
Go get it, you little dingleberry. It's trying.
Yeah, you have the rope. That's what I'm saying. Like the hats have run out of room on the wall. So, but I do got my rope, so I can rope y'all. Do you need that? Do you need to go? I was just thinking about that. It's like I haven't worked on my roping skills in a while. It's been so hot. I haven't been doing stuff that you have to go stand out in the sun for. Wish you could do that. Maybe I can video it for you. I need to like be better about videoing shenanigans. Y'all like shenanigans, right?
Yes, that would be so fun to see you rope.
I would probably embarrass myself, but it'll be hilarious.
It would be awesome. Baxter says, please rope me. No, there are like, I've seen the roping competitions. It's so impressive. All the things that you can do with a rope.
There's individual roping. Y'all need to watch more rodeos, okay? There's individual roping and there's team roping where one person ropes the head, one person ropes the feet. I do have bees also. So in Texas, if you have bees on your property, you can get an agricultural exemption up to actually a decent amount of acreage. So, and especially depending on how it's divided up. So we got the bees for ag exemption. You know, horses don't count, chickens don't count. There's actually very few things that count for an agricultural exemption, but bees count. Nice. Okay. First profit, or first whatever.
Let's go.
Target. First target.
W for Barbie. Let's go.
There we go. So what did I get in? I've got an orb long on ES too, but I have to switch accounts for that. I just want to watch this one right now. You can see on this chart where the orb lines are. So the orb will trade at 75.75 and then target 79.50, which is needed because we just stopped out on both of them. The NASDAQ and the ES ones both stopped out. It did not do my re-entry on the NASDAQ. But that's all right. I like this trade better anyway because it already took profits. Oh, you had an order not fill. I hate that. I'll go through spells where it's like bad luck spell, and for a couple weeks, I'll just have the market just sit there and just laugh at my orders all day, miss it by a couple ticks, or even like go down into that tick but not pick up my order, and it's like, oh,
so frustrating. Meg Light Trading got 50 points on NQ. Congrats.
Let's go. That's pretty good for today. Today's
yeah.
Oh yeah, Jake is here. Good morning to Jake. Biggest fan. I'm the biggest Jake fan. That's what I mean. I need to finish my laundry, get my Jake shirt back. Yeah, your typical bull. I feel you on that one when the orders just your orders don't get taken. I hate that when the orders don't get taken and the market makes that move. That's why sometimes I try with the scale in. It doesn't always work, but in this case I just marketed in, but we were at a spot that I liked. Oh, yeah, that wasn't quite 69. I was about to say I got my 69 entry, but what is that one? 68.75. I missed it by a tick.
Dang it. Missed by a tick.
Terry, you haven't paper traded?
No, so I have paper traded, but I excuse me. I should try paper trading as like when I'm done for the day.
Oh yeah, as filler.
And then just to do it. Yeah.
I actually really like that. Yeah, I like that advice a lot, by the way.
Yeah. Denny said that Denny paper trades when he gets the itch, and I was just thinking like, yes, I need to try that instead of trading my evals and getting into trouble and possibly starting a train of tilt.
Yeah. You can have fun in a paper account and take size that you don't take live and things like that. So I like it. Plus, like sometimes when when you're starting to tilt, right? Like we can start to
Yeah.
identify this. Maybe not the first time, but then you start to figure out when you're getting in tilt mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you can go into your paper account and you can take 69 ES contracts or whatever you want. You can just go nuts and
No damage.
you can lay that hurt. You could just get all that angst out on the market in a
Yeah.
paper account.
Almost
Just
like a
get it
punching
out.
bag. Yeah, I definitely want to try this. I think I'll try this today. So
Johnny
that
Jack,
trade,
that's the thing. You don't have to learn to paper trade. That's the skill we're missing here.
so the trade that I closed was in my funded account. So now my goal is just to be done with that, right? Like done. And maybe later if I want to trade during power hour, yes, I will try the paper trade technique.
It scratches that itch where you've got to push the button
Mhm.
and you still want to see if your trade works and it's not just if your idea works, but if your execution works, right? You still want to have that practice. That's exactly what the paper accounts are for. Exactly what they're for.
Last minute thoughts before we head out for the day, Barbie?
I think kind of the good theme for what we were talking about today is to not try to force a big day when the market's not offering it up. So when the market is kind of sitting here lollygagging and not making the move that you want to that key level or that setup that you want, it's okay to just literally sit and wait because there will be more opportunities. And I know that sucks when you want to get that trade done or that account done or whatever it is, but it's worth it in the long run.
Thank you. All right, we will see you tomorrow bright and early.
Alrighty.
Bye, Barbie. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down. Hey. Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Had
How
a
was
nice
your
weekend. Had to get a chance to spend some time with some family. Got some sun on the skin, so we're ready to go. How about yourself?
Nice. Same. Got some sun on my skin. I saw a football game and I also helped to make a fence. So that felt really good and got to use power tools and yeah, I have to do more of that. But yeah, things are good. I'm trading that new funded account, another green day today. So
Very nice. So you got a win this morning?
I did. Yeah, my 5-minute orb trade on the break of the low. So I am doing that, but with discretion now. Like I'm just not putting it on like every morning, but like depending on the context, I'll put it on. And yeah, I wanted the break on the low end and it did break. So it tagged me in and then it didn't quite hit my take profit. It started kind of stalling. So I just took it off for about 430-ish points or dollars in sim money. So yeah, it was good. It's good. It's
Very nice.
for a Monday, I'm like, oh, the market's just like not wanting to do too much so far.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad you did take the profit because today, in my opinion, is not the day to push the luck. There's no
No.
news. We got Jackson Hole coming up too. So in my opinion, I think it's going to be a very choppy, indecisive, lethargic day in anticipation for that Jackson Hole meeting. So
Ooh,
that was a very good
okay.
idea to be taking what was given to you.
Thank you. Well, you have a great stream. Have a great day, and I will see you tomorrow.
All righty. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye, chat.
Hey, good morning, chat. How's everybody doing today? Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How did everybody's weekend go? Anybody do anything fun this past weekend? You get a chance to reset, recharge, refocus, touch some grass, do anything fun? Hopefully you were able to get some sun on your skin as well. That way we can get prepared and be ready for the week. I always enjoy a nice weekend. Gives me time to refresh, gives me time to put my priorities in line, reminds me why I'm doing this. It really does provide a lot of perspective. Spending time with the family is always a great reminder of why I'm doing this. The health and well-being of my family is always going to be the number one priority. So getting to spend time with them helps put that back into perspective and helps me align my actions with it for the week ahead. Hopefully you were able to get to do something nice for the weekend as well. I'm going to take a moment to say hi to everybody in the community, and then we'll start to get into some of the information. So let's see who we have here today. Let's see. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Pigeon. Good morning, No Secu. Trader MC, what's up? Hugo, what's up? Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Pine Tree. How are you doing today? Your typical bull, good morning. Amir, good morning. Cesar, good morning. Jenny, good morning. Rap, Real Me, good morning. Keith, good morning. Jay, good morning. Mr. Delusional, how are you today? Pine went to a Patriots game. Amazing. That sounds like a lot of fun. Too bad Tom Brady's not still over there. The real GOAT. Felipe, good morning. Noir, good morning. Nick, good morning. Tad, good morning. Q Mendez, good morning. Raphael Trades, good morning. Godwin, good morning. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. Hope everybody got to reset and recharge. Let's hop into some of the information. Roberto, good morning. Jayodi, good morning. Badri, good morning. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. I greatly appreciate you asking. I hope your day is going well. Let's start with a weekly outlook. Let's hop over onto the economic calendar because we have some important conversations to have here. Let's take a look at the economic calendar so that we understand what to expect for the week ahead. Monday and Tuesday, no news. Okay, so when I'm looking at the economic calendar, I'm only looking at red folder news events. So you can see that over here on my filter, I don't even have orange folders. I don't have yellow folders. I don't have white folders. I'm only concerned with the red folders because they are our highest volatility impact drivers. I'm also only looking at USD news, right? Because I only trade NQ and ES. So news within, the Aussie, news within the Canadian dollar, those things don't impact NQ and ES. So I'm only looking at USD news and I'm only looking at red folders. All right. So after filtering those things, then I'm looking at the weekly picture so that I understand not just today, but the entire week. Seeing that Monday and Tuesday have no news shows the lethargic price action, right? It's been a very slow morning. In my opinion, that makes complete sense. There's no news drivers here. There's nothing pushing price in a certain direction. There's no volatility being injected into the market. Next thing to talk about is FOMC meeting minutes. You have to understand that FOMC meeting minutes is completely different than an FOMC press conference, right? That is not a Fed rate decision. That is not FOMC statement. Those are two different things. So the volatility from a FOMC meeting minutes is going to be less than the volatility from an FOMC press conference. So I'm not concerned about this one like I'm concerned about a Fed rate decision. Okay? So just know the difference. Next thing to talk about is Jackson Hole. Okay, so for anybody that's not familiar with Jackson Hole is a multiple day event between August 21st to August 23rd, where central bankers, policymakers, academics, economists, they all gather to discuss any pressing economic issues. Okay, so this is going to play a role on this week's price action. In my opinion, seeing that this conference is at the end of the week is another reason why today and tomorrow is going to be pretty lethargic, right? And when I say lethargic, that means indecisive, less volatile, slow, right? So knowing that Jackson Hole is at the end of the week, in my opinion, there's going to be some anticipation for that. And anticipation within price action comes in the form of consolidation. Okay, so understanding the economic calendar is very important. That's why we're starting the weekly outlook with the economic calendar so that we know when volatility is going to enter the market. In my opinion, volatility is going to enter the market at the end of the week, says the red folders, says Jackson Hole. For this reason, that's why I'm going to be more patient and selective to start the week. Right? My actions are going to align with this economic calendar. Okay, so now let's take a look at that conversation within price action, right? So I specifically stated that it will be slower, right? That was one of the words I used. Look at NQ right now. Let's just analyze the current candle being formed. Look how slow this thing is moving. Right? For NQ, we're used to NQ having, 100-point ranges, right? It goes up a couple hundred points, it goes down a couple hundred points. This thing, here's the opening candle. Here's 930, right? So here's the opening price of 930. We haven't even left the opening price yet. It's 1040. We're over an hour into the market, and we haven't even moved anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Do you see those words of lethargic, slow, indecisive? We're now pointing to it within price action as well, right? So it's not just an economic calendar thing. It is quite literally the volatility that's within the market currently. Price is not moving quickly, right? Like look how long it's taking for this candle to form. It's not blasting higher. It's not going lower. It's not really doing anything. Your actions need to align with this. You need to be able to point out this logic before, keyword, before you get into a position. You need to be able to analyze this type of logic before you take any risk, right? Because is it worth the risk, right? So a couple different examples before we move forward with the weekly analysis, right? So if you're waiting for a payout, right? Let's say you're available to take a payout, but you need to have a certain amount of days to get to that payout, right? So let's say, you're available for a $2,000 payout, but that payout becomes available to you at the end of this week. Do you really want to risk losing that payout over a low probability price action session like today? Yes or no? Or can you be patient enough to simply not take a trade? Can you control your actions? Can you control your thoughts? Can you control your emotions to simply not press any buttons today? Because in my opinion, right, if you were to then go and lose your ability to have that payout because today you took a trade because you're so impulsive that you can't control your actions, after you lose that money that you would have withdrawn, you're then going to be sitting there saying, I knew I should have waited. You're going to be regretful. You're going to be pissed off. You're going to be annoyed that you just ruined your payout because of something so lethargic like today. You understand what I'm saying? You need to be able to identify this logic in real time so that your actions can be as efficiently as possible. Okay, so understanding the economic calendar, in my opinion, today is not the day to be pushing your luck. It's slow. It's lethargic. Right? It's a very simple decision. It is a decision that you need to make because you are going to be the only person pressing the buttons for yourself. Very simple decision. Are you going to risk today? Yes or no? Throw it in chat. Are you going to risk today? Will you take a trade today? After analyzing that information and knowing that today is going to be slow and lethargic, is it worth taking the risk? Yes or no? Very simple decision to make. All right, so after understanding the economic calendar, after understanding the situation that we're dealing with, we can still move forward and prepare ourselves for this week. Okay, so we're still going to get a weekly outlook done. Let's get out on the higher time frame so that we can complete that. But now that we understand the economic calendar, my actions are going to align with that. Okay, so let's take a look. So this is the first thing that I'm looking at is one, price swept out a swing high. When price is located at a swing high or a bearish FEG, I have a bearish bias. When price is at a swing low or a bullish FEG, I have a bullish bias. Price just swept out a swing high. After sweeping out the swing high, price invalidated a bullish FEG, right? Well, I'm saying it's invalidated because price went and closed a candle below the FEG. So I would call this an invalidated FEG. Price should have found support here, but it didn't. We can see that it did not provide support here because a candle closed below it. After the candle closed below it, we then found resistance from it. Okay, so we're developing logic to understand our weekly outlook. What else can we see here is, notice how NQ never took out this swing high here. In fact, it just started creating lower highs. Let's go take a quick look at ES. And what do we see here? ES took out that swing high. We know what that is, chat. We know what that is, and that is one of the concepts that we focus on here, right? This is bearish SMT. So here's the logic. Price swept out a swing high, a location to be bearish. After sweeping out the swing high, we then had a Kraken correlation. SMT serves two purposes. It is to show you when liquidity has been taken. It is to show you strength or weakness in the marketplace. So if we're reading SMT here, it has stated price took liquidity above this swing high here. After taking liquidity, NQ is now acting as the weaker pair. Do you see the logic that I'm building here? So I will be pointing to lower prices. We will look to see if price should go to previous week low, right? So here's Monday of last week. This is the previous week low. For these reasons, I will be targeting this location here. All right, so a weekly outlook is this right here. Price swept a swing high, created bearish SMT at this location. Then it invalidated a bullish argument. After invalidating the bullish argument, that location is now acting as resistance. And now it looks like we want to reach lower to the previous week low. And why am I pointing to previous week low? Look at the equal lows here, right? When dealing with equal lows or equal highs, we always want to see the right side be the failure swing. So analyzing these lows right here, these look like equal lows to target. Okay, so there's your weekly outlook for NQ. Now, ES is the correlated pair to NQ. So I don't really need to go through this. It's going to end up being the same bias for that reason. Right? So NQ swept out a ES swept out a swing high. That's a location to be bearish. While we swept out this swing high, this also created bearish SMT against NQ. For this reason, I'm looking for price to move to the daily FVG. Right? So price is only ever doing two things. Price is either grabbing liquidity at a swing high or a swing low. Right? So price grabbed liquidity above the swing high. That's the first thing. So price is either grabbing liquidity above a swing high or below a swing low. Or it's rebalancing an imbalance, right? An imbalance meaning an FVG. So, very simply put, since we swept out the swing high, we will now look for price to rebalance the imbalance. That's it. The SMT shows that it's time to engage. So I will be looking for this FVG to be the target on ES. Right, so I'm looking for this here. Right, I'm looking for a move lower to this FVG. When we get to this FVG, I need to see what type of reaction occurs there. Why? Because when price is below a swing low, right, look at the swing low here. When price is below a swing low or inside of a bullish FVG, those are locations to have a bullish bias. So we will wait. We will see if ES can move to the daily FVG. If it moves to the daily FVG, then I will analyze what type of reaction that occurs there. There's your weekly outlook for NQ and ES. Top over to Dixie. Top over to Dixie and Euro. So we'll do both of them. So Dixie's not very clean, right? So if we're looking for a location to determine a bias, right? This swing low here, we've already made this move, right? So below a swing low, I look for a bullish bias. That bullish move already occurred, right? So let's just back it up here so you can see what I'm trying to say. Right? When I'm on a daily chart, I'm looking at swing lows, swing highs, and FVGs. Okay? When price is located below a swing low or inside of a bullish FVG, I have a bullish bias. When price is located above a swing high or inside of a bearish FVG, I have a bearish bias. So what I'm trying to say is price was located below a swing low. Here's the swing low here. Price was located below it on Wednesday of last week. The bullish move higher from below this swing low has already occurred, right? So see right there. So that bullish bias from this swing low here has already been completed. Now what I'm trying to say is price isn't located at any one of those locations, right? I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Look at where price is currently located now. Here's your swing high, so it's not at a swing high, and there is no bearish FVG in here. Here's your swing low, and there is no bullish FVG in here. So in my opinion, price is not located at one of the locations that help me determine a bias. For that reason, instead of forcing an opinion on the market, I would rather say I'm going to wait and request more information to do my due diligence, right? Just be patient. You do not need to know every single price fluctuation, right? When price is not adhering to your logic, to your concepts, to however you analyze the market, if price is not doing something that helps you analyze the market, then be capable of identifying that, right? Be capable of understanding. You should just wait and be patient and request more information, right? So in my opinion, I'm not willing to create a weekly outlook for Dixie because it's just stuck in the middle of a range, right? It's just in between the swing low and the swing high. And in the middle of the range, there is no FEG to use, right? So why would you force an opinion on the market? Instead of forcing yourself upon the market, just remain objective to what the information is stating. And right now, the information is stating it's just sitting in the middle of a range. It's just consolidating. Another example of showing consolidation is look at these inside bars, okay? Price is inside of the previous candle. Once again, price is inside of the previous candle, right? This is an example of consolidation. The previous day high was not taken out. The previous day low was not taken out. Again, showing that there is no clear direction. It's just going sideways and it has not made up its mind. So for that reason, I'm not willing to have a weekly outlook on Dixie. I'll just wait. So we'll wait on Dixie, which means we'll also wait on Euro. Okay. It's very simple. You do not need to know every single price fluctuation. You do not need to know where price is going at all times. You can wait. You can make the decision to just be patient and wait. And that's where I am with Dixie and Euro. All right. So overall, for moving forward for today, price is consolidating. I mean, look at this. This is just ugly. The lows are being taken out. The highs are being taken out. There's just wicks on both sides of the range. We understand the economic calendar. So, in my opinion, today would be a low expectation day. I would not be over trading today. I would not be forcing yourself upon the market. I would just wait and be patient for more clear information. I'm not willing to risk today because of this, right? So your actions now need to align with that, right? So if you're sitting there saying that you're not going to trade, right? Let's see if you actually don't take a trade. So if you have any questions or information regarding that analysis, that is how I'm moving forward today. Once again, just because I'm providing information does not mean I'll be right. There's many times where I am wrong, okay? There is no right or wrong. It's a matter of being red or green. So if you've gotten green today, in my opinion, stay green. Don't hand it back. If you have not taken a trade today, I would also say stay patient and look for more clear information. Wait for more clear information. If you're red today, don't make it any worse, right? The information's not clear. Price doesn't care about how you feel. Price definitely doesn't care about your P&L. So it doesn't owe you anything. If you are red, don't make it any worse. Okay, so let's wait and see. We will still be here analyzing and providing information. We'll see what happens, but that is now my information for NQ, ES, Dixie, and Euro. So if you have any questions, if you have any information, I'm going to hop over into chat now. Let me get chat up so that we can go back and forth and communicate. Do me a favor, if any of these weekly outlooks are helping you, if any of this value that I provide each week is helping you in your business, helping your mindset or your psychology, do me a favor, sub to the channel, like the video. We've continued to provide value every single chance we can get through the expert hosts that we have on the stream, through all the giveaways that we do, through all the trades that we talk about, through all the mental and emotional intelligence that we continue to keep sharing. So if you find any value from that, hit the sub button, turn the notifications on, like the stream, and now I'm going to get over to the chat so we can do some questions and answers. So if you have any questions or information regarding that information, feel free to throw it in chat. We could also do any type of question. It doesn't have to be about the analysis. It could do anything with this trading business. So feel free to throw any type of questions in there. Is it even possible to get a 100% A+ unicorn where like nothing is against it? There's never going to be a time where there's a perfect position. I'm a full believer that perfection is not a real thing. Okay, so if you have somebody on the internet telling you they have a 100% win rate model, I'm here to tell you that is just marketing. Okay, that is not real. Anything here can fail, right? You can have an A+ setup, right? You think that you have all of the information in your favor, and I'm telling you it can still fail. There is no such thing as a guarantee in this market. Okay, so do not believe anybody that says I have a 100% win rate model. And if you're only looking to execute A+ setups, understand that an A+ setup can fail. Okay. Very good question. Ash, I'm in a losing streak of 3 trades, but I control my risk management and break even and be in discipline. You're going to have winning streaks. You're going to have losing streaks. You're going to go break even sometimes. There will be peaks and valleys in this business. In my opinion, throughout all of those peaks and valleys, you still have to have risk management. Risk management is the only thing that I would ever call a holy grail, right? The only thing that is going to help you make progress in this business is risk management. If during a losing streak, you keep your risk management, you will stay in this business. Same thing in a winning streak. In a winning streak, you cannot get so overconfident that you then go and oversize and overtrade and then blow the account because you oversized. So it doesn't matter if you're on the good side or the bad side, both in a winning streak or in a losing streak, fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of that. Okay? Choose risk management over everything else. Okay? Ash, what's your thoughts on trades per day? I was asking about revenge trading earlier, but you talked about it a little bit already. Also, I get really stuck to my bias if you have thoughts on that. So first thing is the trades per day. You need to understand thyself, right? So all these answers are always going to be unique to yourself. Just because I say something is good doesn't mean that that's going to be good for you. Okay? You are unique to yourself. We are all our own independent thinkers. We are all our own independent individuals. So just because I say something, that does not mean it's right or wrong. What you should do is collect data to prove to yourself what you're capable of doing, right? So for example, what I'm trying to say here is just because I only take 1 trade per day doesn't mean that that will work for you. Maybe you need more than one trade. The only answer will come from your own data, right? So, for example, you have a year's worth of data, and you can see in your data that the days in which you take 5 trades, the days in which you take multiple trades are the days that you have your largest losing days. Then maybe you should cut back on the amount of trades you take per day. But the answer for that question is coming from your data, not my personal opinion. Okay, so just because I only take 1 trade per day doesn't mean that that's the right answer. Look at your own data, see what do you best operate with, right? Because on the days that you only take 1 trade, if those are the days in which you end up being green, then it sounds like the data is telling you to trade less and only take 1 trade a day. You have to journal to know that. You should be journaling. You should be collecting data as much as you can. Also, I get really stuck to my bias. If you have any thoughts on that, that's the same exact thing. There's many people that choose to trade without a bias. There are many people that choose to marry their bias. In my opinion, I marry my bias because knowing exactly what to look for is what helps me to understand what is and is not a trade. For example, when I'm bullish, right, I only look for longs. So when I'm bullish and a bearish position comes up, it's a very simple decision for me. I'm not going to take that trade because I'm looking for higher prices, not lower prices. That's what helps me identify positions. So for the people that operate better with marrying their bias, there's nothing wrong with that. But there's also nothing wrong with having no bias at all. Okay, there is no right or wrong. I know I keep repeating myself, but that's what I'm trying to explain is that there is no right or wrong. There is only green or red at the end of the day. So you need to be collecting your data to understand how you get green. And when you can see how your skills develop and you're better at getting green because you only take 1 trade or because you marry your bias, then choose to move forward with that. Okay. Once again, there is no right or wrong. It's either green or red at the end of the day. Ash, I felt like you were talking to me. I have an expert account where I'm up 1K and I can request a payout on Friday. I was about to take a trade, but then I heard you and decided to stay out instead. I have one question for you. You're available for a payout, correct? Okay, if you're available for a payout, if the only thing you need to do is wait until Friday to get that payout, would you regret the feeling of losing that payout because you traded today? That's the only question I have for you. If you took a trade today and you lost that $1,000 payout because that trade was a loser, would that annoy you? Would that bother you? Would that make you mad? Would you feel regret because of it? If you would be pissed off or if you would be regretful, then my suggestion is do not take a trade and simply just wait until Friday to get that payout. If that $1,000 payout means more to you than taking a trade, then your action should align with that. Go do something else. Go to the gym. Get away from the screen. Make sure that there's no impulse that can take you away from that 1K payout. I guarantee you that you will feel much better receiving that $1,000 payout than you will feel ruining that payout because you took another trade today. We don't even have to talk about logic here. Like, earlier the conversation was about technical analysis and we were talking about how it's a low probability today because there's no news. We were also looking at price action and look how slow price action is. Price really hasn't made up its mind. We are still at the opening price of 930. So we literally have not moved up or down, right? So it's just not worth taking a trade, plain and simple. So the answer was yes, been there, done that, horrible feeling. So it's a very simple answer then. If you don't want to have that horrible feeling again, do not touch that account until you've withdrawn that money and it's in your bank account. Hear me clearly. The money needs to be in your bank account, right? So even after you've submitted that withdrawal, do not take any trades. Even after you've submitted the withdrawal, confirm that the money is in your bank account first before taking another trade. Because, right, let's say you submit that withdrawal, but then right after submitting that withdrawal, you feel that it's okay to go back in to take the trade. But the next trade you take ruins the account. And now what happens if the withdrawal gets denied because you ruin the account moments after the withdrawal? In my opinion, it's a very simple decision. Do not touch anything until that money hits your bank account. That's it. It's not worth that regret. If all it takes is being patient for a few days, yeah, I'm choosing patience in that scenario. I'll go hit the gym 5 days in a row just to stay away from the computer. Asia, sorry for the miscommunication. Ash, do you think since Asia and London session ranges were big, so New York may chop around? No, the reason why I think New York is chopping around is right here. No news on a Monday, on a week where the important news driver is Jackson Hole, and Jackson Hole happens at the end of the week. So in my opinion, the reason for the choppiness is because it's anticipation for Jackson Hole, right? The news driver is at the end of the week. In my opinion, that's why price is not moving, because we're anticipating that news driver. Hey, Ash, when entering a long or short, according to your setup, do you split your position in multiple lots or you go for one single position size? Maybe, hopefully I understand the question correctly. But when I enter a position, I'm entering my entire position on the first entry. I do not DCA into a position. Hopefully I'm understanding that question correctly. I do not DCA into a position. If I'm going to take a position, I fully understand the risk before the risk is taken. And when I take the risk, I enter at the beginning of the breaker, stop goes at the swing point. I look for 1 to 2 risk to reward. Best thing you've said was treat trading like a business. Fleshed out my whole business plan, framework, revenue expectations, etc. It makes risk management mandatory. Appreciate the wisdom, Ash. Thank you for the kind comments. Some people do this for entertainment. Some people do this for fun. Some people do this for their business. So wherever you fall within those categories, treat it that way, right? If you're going to treat this as your business, then you need to be outlining your business model. You need to be reviewing your expenses to income. You need to be documenting all of those things. Then you also need to be aligning your actions with that, right? The respect you provide to your business is going to be shown in your results, right? If you're not even tracking your expenses, then how do you even know if you're running a profitable business, right? Well, expenses are not losing trades. Expenses are purchases of evals, right? The amount of money that you put into a cash account, that is an expense. Your withdrawals need to be larger than your expenses. You're only ever going to see that if you are documenting your expenses and your income. So if you're going to treat this like a business, then you need to get that documented. right? Like how, honestly, chat, throw it in chat. Do you even know how many evals you've purchased? Yes or no? Do you even know how many evals you've purchased? And then the second question would be, how much money have you spent on evals? Do you even know how much money? Or are you just clicking away? Are you just clicking buttons day in and day out, hoping and praying, right? Like, are you tracking your expenses? Right? A profitable system does not mean you're taking a profitable trade. A profitable system does not mean you're having a winning streak, right? A profitable system means that your expenses are less than your income. That's what a profitable business is. Not taking 3 trades in a row and they're all being winners. That's not a profitable system. A profitable system is your income being more than your expenses. And if you're not even tracking that, then you'll never know if you're profitable or not. Very good questions today, chat. I meant to refresh chat, not the chart. I really appreciate all the comments. I really appreciate all of the information. This is how we make progress. Okay, going over these questions, going over this information, it's going to build the muscle memory you need to actually run a profitable system. Okay, so continue to keep asking the questions. It doesn't matter what portion of this business, feel free to throw it in chat. Whoa, chat. You definitely need to be focusing on chat. 25 free 50K scale accounts using code NQ25. If you're in chat, you would see the code. They just posted it in chat. 25 free 50K scale accounts using code NQ25. Wow, you definitely want to be participating in chat. Let alone the questions. We get free accounts. Wow. Wow. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Absolutely amazing. The giveaways, I mean, it's every day, it's every session, it's every week. Man, if you're not showing up to the community, if you're not showing up to the stream, you're missing out on a lot. On a lot. Amazing. Who got one of the giveaways? Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the giveaways. Who got one of the giveaways? Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Absolutely amazing. Free accounts. Wow. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations. Happy Monday. Absolutely amazing way to start the week. Stick around for more. You know, the next segments, I would suggest that there's probably going to be more code. So you're probably going to want to stick around. Congratulations to all the winners. Amazing way to start the week. Again, if you're finding any value from these streams, whether it's the conversations we're having, whether it's any of the other hosts, whether it's any of the trades that we're talking about, or if it's from any of the giveaways we keep giving away every single session, every day, every week. If you're finding any value from that, hit the sub button, turn notifications on, hit the like button. We're going to continue to keep working and learning every week. So, chat, now let me ask you, did any of that logic that we provided this morning, has it played out yet? You tell me. Is the logic we're providing day in and day out, does it actually happen on the screen? Right? You should not take what anybody is telling you as a certainty. You should take the information and then review that logic within price action. So the logic this morning was that it was going to be a slow and lethargic morning, that it was going to be indecisive and choppy for the sole fact that we have no news drivers, for the sole fact that Jackson Hole is at the end of the week. Well, yeah, if you're analyzing price action right now, that logic holds to be true, right? ES has only changed about $7 on the entire day. Or if you just want to look at New York Open, we are still within the opening range. Right? So here's 930. You got the swing high here, you have the swing low there. Yeah, the high was swept once. Yeah, the low was swept once. And where are we? Right back inside the middle of the range. So again, don't take what somebody's saying as a certainty. Take the logic, provide it to price, and see what the results are. Because currently the results from the logic we provided this morning hold to be true. Price is not moving anywhere. We have not gone lower. We have not gone higher. But the real question is who has controlled their actions, right? Did you actually stay patient? Or have you taken 5 trades already this session? Have you used the logic and efficiently reacted to it? Or are you just smashing buttons just because you're impulsive, just because you want to, just because you have, you're influencing price with your opinions or your bias? Or did you actually wait? Did you actually be patient? Here's the opening price, 930 open right here. NQ is just sitting at the 930 open. This is just pure lethargic, choppy price action. And I'm happy to be patient. So I'll continue to keep being patient. I'll continue to keep waiting. Price is not doing anything that interests me. So my actions will align with that. There's nothing to point to here this morning. We'll just keep waiting. So I have another question. My strat depends on trending markets. So how do you determine chop early before you trade? There are 2 things that I look at to insist that it's going to be a choppy, indecisive day. First thing is understanding high impact news drivers. Okay. So I will give you an example. Let's say that tomorrow is CPI. Knowing that CPI is one of our highest volatility drivers, I would indicate that today is going to be choppy, indecisive price action because of that. You understand what I'm saying? So understanding news drivers, I would think that it's going to be choppy and indecisive, thinking that CPI will be the volatility for the week. So that's my first answer, in understanding when it's going to be choppy and when it's going to be indecisive. Understanding the economic calendar. That's the first way. The second way would be analyzing the prior sessions. Okay? If you trade New York Open, take a look at what London session did. If London session, right? So during London session, if London took out Asia session's high and low during the London session, that to me would incite that New York Open is also going to be choppy. Those are the 2 things I use. Analyzing London session. If London session takes out Asia session's high and low during London session, then I think New York session's also going to be choppy. Along with analyzing high impact news drivers. Those are the 2 things that I look for to know beforehand, right? Hindsight's not going to get you anything. Hindsight will do nothing for you. You need to know this logic beforehand so that you can efficiently react during the time of. Very good question. So, chat, got another 7 minutes with you all before my segment comes to an end. If you have any questions or information you'd like to go over, feel free to throw it in chat. It could be about anything to do with this business. So feel free to throw any types of questions or information into chat, and we can go over them. Hi, Ash. Can price move directly from external to external instead of going external to internal? Yes, price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. Yes, absolutely. It can go external to external. Let's take a look. Ready? Can price go external to external? Oh, hold on. All right, ready? The swing low was taken out here. This is an external location. Swing low is taken out here. Okay, so we look external back to internal. But guess what? There is no internal, right? There's no FVG in here. Right? There's no FVG in here. So external to external would be here. And guess what happens? External to external. Yes, price can do that. External here, external there. There was no internal here. Ash, where do you see the price of BTC reaching in the next 10 years? Higher than it is now. I can't tell the future, so I'm not going to sit here and say a certain number, but I'm long BTC and Ethereum. I have long-term positions in both of those two things. Those two long-term positions, I plan on handing those down to my kids. So I don't ever plan on selling that. Okay, so I have no clue where it's going, but I'm bullish on them. So at some point in time, I think it'll be higher than it is now. I will be holding my long-term positions in BTC and F. I will be handing those down to my kids. Yes, of course, this is not financial advice. Again, everyone, you always have to do your own due diligence, right? Please read the disclaimers that we have. This is not financial advice. I'm just sharing my opinion publicly. This is my trading journey that I've shared with everyone here and on all of my socials. Right? It's just me sharing my journey. Okay? This is not financial advice. There is no degree of certainty in any asset. Okay, so if anybody is ever telling you that they know exactly what's going to happen, I'm here to tell you that that is not true. There is no such thing as certainty in these markets. So, any last questions? I got another 2 or 3 minutes with you all, and then Tom will be coming up next. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. ICT knows, yeah. ICT said that Bitcoin was going to zero. So, why isn't it at zero yet? Why is Bitcoin not at zero yet? ICT said so. Why, for older people, it takes more effort to manage emotions? I think that's all humans. I don't think there has anything to do with age. As humans, we weren't raised to be dealing with the market. We are emotionally driven individuals. Dealing with finances is a very important thing in everybody's life. So it's going to have an impact on your emotions and your feelings. I think that's everyone. And for something that is newer to people, it makes it harder for them to control their emotions, right? If you gain more experience trading, then you'll have a better ability to control your emotions. So it could be an experience thing. It's also because humans are very driven by finances and money. So we just weren't raised this way. You were taught to go to school and you have to pass the test to move on to the next grade. That's not how it is here. Here in trading, you fail forward. You don't pass forward. There's going to be many times where you fail, and that's going to be your learning experience. So it's just different. It's different than how we were raised. There's nothing easy about it. So if anybody's telling you it's easy, I would not listen to them. But chat, that is the end of my segment for today. I just want to take a moment to say thank you. I'm very grateful for the entire community, everybody that's here and participating, getting to go over these questions, getting to go over this information. It's providing a lot of repetition. So thank you for all the people that's participating, all the questions, all the comments. It's really appreciated. Thank you to MyFundedFutures for creating the community, for providing so much value in all the giveaways, for providing a platform for people to have a chance at another income. Thank you as well to all the other hosts. I really appreciate all the value that you all share. Tom, Matt, Nick, Barbie, Terry, thank you, thank you, thank you. We greatly appreciate all of your time. But now I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Tom. Stick around for Tom's segment. He's got a lot of value to share with you all. Thank you again for a great day. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a nice day, everyone.
And we're here. Hey, good to see everybody. Welcome. And thank you, first of all, thank you, Ash, for this awesome segment. I was listening in the background. Always valuable information. Good to see the chat, and special hello to the hosts, the mods, everybody. It's so good to be back. So last week was a little bit hectical for me. I know. Short vacation, then I had to cut the grass. I heard Methodical Man told you guys I had to cut the neighbor's grass, right? I know, it happened. We were having a big family reunion, but it was great, and it was scheduled since a while now. Anyway, last week was absolutely a full recharge for me, so it's good to be back, and it's good to see you, everybody. Always good to be here. Positive vibes all over the place. So thanks again for Ash. Really, really lots of good information there. And so I guess you guys can see today's price action. Well, we're going to talk about this. Don't worry. We're going to talk about this. What's up? Well, all is good. I must say that today I'm glad that I have to do it a lot of times, Eduardo. So I must say that I'm glad that I survived today. So I'm just saying, if you didn't make money today or no profits today, even if you're in drawdown, don't worry. Today, especially the New York Open, since the New York Open, just look at the 1 minute chart. It was absolutely horrendous. Very bad price action. Exactly, Rob. It was just not something I was looking for. Actually, we were eyeballing the 734 Friday low, and I was like, let me put some more light here. And So I was a little bit like, okay, we should sweep that Friday low. And this was the tricky part here, because after 9:30, I was like, man, it should go down. And both on the micro and the mini, it actually missed Friday low by a tick right here at 9:58. That was like, wow. So it just missed it by the tick. And then after that, as it squeezed everybody up there, it just went down there and finally took it. So yeah, it is what it is. But yes, everybody is focusing on the news. I mean, the market is really I mean, I'm expecting this week to be a little bit sideways, to be honest, even tomorrow. So might be the last few days of the sideways action in the summer, but who knows. Overall, it's a range day. Yeah. We were streaming. I mean, I was streaming in London session, and technically I just had to sit through the whole session. The only level I saw here was this 5-minute supply zone higher at 843. And then look at the London Open was here. Yeah. And basically here. So the London Open, and all the way until the pre-market open, this is what happened. I mean, it was just terrible. 20-something points of range. It was very bad. And, you know, today is absolutely not ideal and not optimal for trading. I mean, yes, you can, especially if you're scalping, the range should be good. But otherwise, it's just not something that you want to go for. And as always, I can't state that enough to stick around. Stick around for who knows. lots of free stuff from MyFundedFutures all the time. All right, so how is everybody doing? Any profits? Or are you guys in a drawdown? Or any new evaluation accounts passed? Stick around. All right, stick around. Let's go, Lavish. More payouts. All right. Only you're green. Let's go, Pigeon. Bob, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Tomorrow is a new day. Exactly, Karan. Whoever makes money in this environment, you're a wizard. That's for sure. 100%. You know magic. Exactly. No trade. Yeah. Sitting on the sidelines in this price section is definitely also trading. So we talked about this. Sitting on the sidelines at times like these is also trading. You're taking the position of not entering the trade. Never forget that, okay? And never forget that break-even day is technically a winning day. If you went into the market, you got out from the market, and you protected your profits and or your capital, then that's a win, all right? Because I think many traders, even the more experienced traders, think that a break-even day is a bad thing. But we are so underestimating it. Oh my God, the sun. Okay, I have to pull this down. So we are so underestimating the break-even day thing. It's actually a winning day. And again, especially if you went into the market, all right? That's it. You went in there, you put on some positions, you got out, even with a slight loss, that's also break even, all right? And that's a win. Stick around, Levish. That's all I can tell. So, in terms of this price action, I mean, the 5-minute is terrible, but look at the 15-minute. Today's worst chart or time frame is definitely the 15-minute in my book. Look at all this. Even if you look at the bodies of these candles, it's technically like barcoding and all these rejections. Anyway, I don't see anything on the 1 minute. On the 1 hour. If we would like to search for some levels here, I mean, there is nothing. It's not even a valid zone down there. There is some fair value gaps, and I know everybody's looking for some higher time frame levels. Who knows how the meeting? By the way, the meeting is about to happen between Trump and the EU leaders, right? So that could be having some sort of an effect, maybe in the PM session. So we don't know. Just got home after taking that 104 long. Oh, nice. Yes. So, by the way, a quick check on gold, because I wanted to look at that too. Oh, yes. On gold, especially on the 15-minute, I mean, nowadays I'm trying to pick up some more information on gold as well. There is nothing I would go for here. I mean, there is a 15-minute demand zone down here, which is technically Sunday low. But otherwise, I'm pretty much focused on that 15-minute order block, bearish order block up there at 34.06. If you guys are trading gold, I'm not looking to go short. Actually, I don't even know if I want to enter the market in the PM session. Usually I don't, and especially not this time. Hey, Jabuz, good to see you. So the game plan for me on gold was to have a strong displacement, at least on the 5-minute, to go long here, but it's never happened. So that's why I keep telling, it's part of your edge. It's part of your emotional edge as well, and your discipline, that if the trade and the setup, the game plan is not coming to your way, the only job you need to do is just sit on your hands, stick around, watch MyFunded TV, and do not enter a trade. All right? That's the only thing you need to do, as usual. Because one bad trade can actually go in a very, very bad direction. Everything can run into a full tilt session. And by the way, on days like this, you must understand that, I mean, if you're pretty much worried about the outcome of the day profit-wise, that's something you should not be looking at. Bob, it's not my department. I wish I could. I wish I could. How do you get news on when Trump is talking? I don't. I mean, I don't have any news subscription. I know, CJ. I don't have any news subscription. The only thing I used to watch is maybe if there's a live coverage on YouTube somewhere, or I'm also like, there's some free news aggregator websites like Financial Juice that I used to watch, but I don't have a subscription on Reuters or, I don't know, Bloomberg or whatever. So I know that some people are professionals in trading fundamentals, and for example, on FOMC press conference, some people likes to listen to Powell and take some trades here and there, but that's not something I like to do. That's just an idea. Hey, Nava, good to see you. Yeah, exactly. So let's just move on. And as I was saying, don't focus too much on the profits. Actually, don't focus at all on the profits, especially on these days like this, okay? Most traders, by the way, measure success by whether the trade is green or red, or the day. Even the trade or the day or the week. I mean, that is basically just a small, tiny part of it. Hey, Anubis, good to see you. So, and that's a very bad habit, I think, because you guys are measuring it according to your profits, or according to if it's a red day or green day. But the real professionals actually measure success by one thing. Did I follow my rules? We talked about this, right? Barbie, hey, good to see you. Hello. So, did I follow my rules? Right? We talked about this 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and we're going to talk about this more and more. That's the only thing you need to ask at the end of the day. Was my analysis correct? Did I follow my rules? Did I use a proper risk management? Right? As usual. Because a green trade with bad discipline is technically a time bomb. And the red trade with good discipline is part of the long-term edge. So let me just say that again. A green trade with bad discipline is a time bomb. And the red trade with good discipline is part of the long-term edge. This was actually a mic drop line here. Just saying. Hey there. So we got to understand this. And actually, a bad trade, as I was saying, can always drive us in the wrong direction. All right. Mic drop. Exactly. So why basically the P&L is the wrong scoreboard? I get it. It looks good, especially if we post it out on social media. I know. It's fantastic. It feels amazing. Yes, I know. Come on. So, but in reality, that's not something. So it's the wrong scoreboard. It's always good to post our profits, and maybe, I mean, we should be posting more of our losses too, because that's part of the game. But that's really not the thing that you should be looking for. Even the best setup can lose. We all know that. Even the worst setup can win. That's what we keep forgetting, right? Hey, Trading for Keeps. I had an amazing weekend. So, by the way, just a little side information here. The reason for my absence was not because I had to cut the grass for my neighbors. So I'm going to have a chit chat with Methodical Man about this. I went to town. Oh, no, I didn't. So we were actually having a big family reunion. And I was also invited. We were planning it since a while. And I told them I'm not sure I can make it or whatever. But MyFunded TV was kind enough to let me go for the meeting. And Methodical Man was saying nice things. Yeah, the chop is absolutely crazy. What did you get from Italy? I must say that the food was amazing. I had the best lasagna in the world, by the way. I love Italian food, by the way. I'm a huge fan. And the lasagna was absolutely great. Absolutely. I loved it. I loved it. So, yeah, let's go back to the scoreboard. Italy to my house, the usual stuff. Some magnets for the fridge. And I got actually some wine, original Italian wine, and some pictures, some spices from a local store. And yeah, that's it. Exactly. There he is. there is the Methodical Man. I heard that you were saying that I had to cut the grass, and I went to town, which is partially true. But that's not really what happened. We need to have a talk, man. All right. No dose yet, Owen. So stick around, as always. As always. So let's just go back to that scoreboard, all right? Because I was actually talking like we are measuring our success. It's nothing wrong with measuring the success with the P&L. That's fine, of course. That's part of it. But the thing is that we're pretty much focused on. We're putting too much focus on the P&L. Okay. Now we should be focusing on the discipline and the edge, and to be consistent. So, as I said, even the best setup can lose, and even the worst setup can win. Okay. So let's just talk about this. Focusing on the P&L is basically putting us into an emotional roller coaster, right? Like green can get you overconfident, and obviously a red trade or a day can obviously put you into a tilt session very quickly. So the problem with this is the so-called outcome obsession. I say this I call this outcome obsession, because you're pretty much obsessed with the outcome. It's basically blinds you. It blinds the process quality. That's the problem with it. Okay. The Tom Sabo guarantee is going to be happening, not in this session, but I have a very good idea for that. I have to do the copyrights first. Outcome versus process discussion. Yes, exactly. So the outcome obsession blinds you to, basically blinds you to process quality. Okay. Yeah. You don't learn from the trade. You're just chasing the results. That's the problem. I'm glowing. Actually, the thing is, I have these streamer lights here, or whatever it's called, and I have a big window here to my left. So I have the remote here to the rollerblades. So and the sun is extremely bright today. So if I pull it up, it's like a nuclear bomb is going off here. Like, oh, I'm getting blinded, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm just putting it off again. So let's just go back to this because it's important. Let me pull this down a little bit. It's better now. So if you only judge by the outcome, you'll abandon good strategies too soon and reinforce bad habits too long. And that's the problem. You're too much focusing on the outcome. I'm gold, yes. Exactly. So what makes this that process to be a winning process? It's super simple. We talked about that, right? So respecting the rules, obviously, like clear entry criteria, define stop losses, proper risk size. We talked about this. Planned exit, and targets. It can be partial profits. It can be, you can also move your stop. It depends on you. I did a little bit. By the way, I do have an appointment tomorrow at the barber shop. So yeah, anything, whatever. But you're going to be surprised. I'm going to maybe have a new haircut. Yes. This is not a Rolex, but I love this watch. I got this from my birthday. And actually, I do have another one. I like watches very much. No, not the Rolex. No, it's not a Rolex. Not yet a Rolex, by the way. And if I get a fancy watch, it will be a Patek Philippe, I think. Maybe we'll see. But let's just move on, okay? Let's talk about the process because, again, we're driven by the P&L, and we just shouldn't be driven by the P&L. We should be focusing on the edge more, right? So proper risk size, planned exits and targets, And of course, you need to execute without hesitation or deviation. Now, I know it comes from the Mark Douglas book, but I keep repeating it many times. If you have your edge, if you predetermined your risk, it should be, if you make the decision, if you commit, it should be much easier for you to put on that trade. I can see you shine. I'm shining. I just pulled off the rollerblades here. I can do whatever. I'm a ghost, basically. Exactly. So the results doesn't matter. You played your edge correctly. That's what matters. Because the results, the profit, the money is basically, it's secondary. I know it sounds crazy, but that's a byproduct of the process. If you're focusing on the process, if you know that you have that edge, if you know the numbers from backtesting, if you have all that information, then the profits are actually going to be a byproduct of your process. And that's why it's much more important to focus on the process. Obviously, the process includes all those details, which part of the puzzle, like the clarity, higher time frame analysis, the context of the market, and all those small pieces coming together. I can just say that, yes, it's super simple because I just used the 2022 ICT entry model. But again, we talked about that 2 weeks ago, and we will again. Like, without the context, it's not good. You can search for thousands of videos about a simple entry. It's not going to do you any good if you're not looking at the context. But again, that's a different topic. I'm in a dark room actually right now. I am. I pulled down the rollerblades. I did. So again, process wins are about consistency, not outcomes, right? They build the data and confidence you need to see the edge over like 100 trades, not one. And that's what we need to understand. How many trades did you execute with your edge? What's that number? I mean, just a few trades using a system is just not really a thing. Like actually on a workshop, Mark Douglas said that you need at least I think he said 50. I think you need at least 100 or maybe 200 trades. The more trades you have as sample sizing, it gets better. So and especially I'm saying this if you want to strategy hop like week to week, because you just get a few losses with a trading system. That doesn't mean the system is bad, but we talked about that too. All right. So again, process wins are about consistency and not outcomes. They build the data and confidence you need to see the edge over 100 trades, not one. Okay, you need at least 100 trades. I'm not saying that now you start to do at least 100 trades and then go back and see what happened, but backtesting going to give you a lot of information, but forward testing, even on an evaluation account, like for example a core account, can help you to forward test your edge. Okay. And by the way, as we talked about this, like why those green trades that break the rules are dangerous. Now, those are actually maybe the most dangerous ones. Why? Because they reinforce the bad behavior, bad habits, right? The green trades that break the rules are dangerous, maybe even the most dangerous trades. So I was actually scalping this move here. Sorry. So as price was moving back to that 734 to this Friday low, I jumped into a scalp. Otherwise, I was down. So I think I jumped into a scalp somewhere here. And I think I scalped like 15 points. And that was the trade that actually got me back to small green today. And by the way, I forgot to say that today I'm slightly in the green. I would call it almost break even. Absolutely not the best price action, that's for sure. So that's all I did, because I explained to you guys that this leg down here actually missed the Friday low with one tick, both on the micro and the mini. So the only trade I took is this scalp trade here on NQ. I did take a long position on gold, but that was a stop. And so this one saved me. But otherwise, no. So about those green trades, okay, where you break your rules. As I said, they reinforce bad behavior, okay? You say like, I broke my stop, but it worked this time. Okay. But next time it's gonna blow up your account for sure. And the problem is it's gonna give you the false confidence. It's not just breaking your confidence, the original edge that you were building up and that discipline that you were working for. But the problem above it all, that it's going to give you a false confidence. Because next time you're going to chase the same exact thing, because that's what we're doing. We're seeing this drop like, okay, this is definitely going to go. And this time it worked. This time, actually, look at this. Let's just forget that. Actually, let me put it works with the replay here, right? Replay here. Okay, let's assume that you're targeting that 734 and you're more likely a momentum trader, or you're going for like a quick scalp. You're trading based on intuition, you know, and all that such, which is great. And you're just saying, okay, it's definitely it still has like 10 points here. I'm just gonna go for the 10 points. That's all I need. It's super easy, so easy to say. Like, all I need is 10 points every day. I'm just gonna jump in full port here. Why not? Right? And your TP is at Friday low. And this is how I always keep burning up my accounts. Oh my God. Anyway, I messed it. I totally messed it up. Anyway, it goes back absolutely like, and these are the kind of trades that actually, actually were the #1 way to blow up my accounts. It doesn't matter if it was an eval or a funded account. This is exactly what I was doing for a long time. I saw a very important level, at least in my understanding, it was an important level. I jumped in for that final 10 points and eventually just turned back down. Actually, I was building up bad habits for even months. I was doing this for months. Sometimes I got lucky, yes. But man, that's just something that you need to get rid of, okay? So false confidence also gives you a lot of false confidence. Feels like skill, by the way, because it does give you that kind of feeling like, oh my God, this is, I know these levels now. It will be breaking. And eventually, you know, the problem with it is that you might have blown up your account on this short. I just went back to the 5-minute, but you get it. You know, you went short, you blow up your account, and you know what's the other problem is? Later, you're going to say to yourself, when eventually it breaks this level, that I knew it. I was right. I told you I was right. I was right. I was right because the 734 got broken. So I'm the ghost in the machine. I know how the market is working. I know what to do. So and if you put yourself in that belief that just because the market eventually took that level, that 734, next time you will be right, that's actually also building up bad confidence, or false confidence, I would say. Yeah. So, just an example, okay? How to get rid of the bad habits and how not to build up false confidence. Feels like a skill, but it's basically luck, is what I wanted to say. And they basically sabotaging the discipline. Sabotage, you know, they're sabotaging the discipline. All right. So every time you bend the rules for a lucky win, it gets easier to bend it again. Let's just say, for example, that this short would have worked. Next time, it will be much easier to do it again. You're going to say, oh, last time it worked. Now it's going to work again. You know, that's something you need to avoid. That is something you need to avoid. Basically, a green trade outside your rule is like, you know, speeding through red lights. Just because you didn't crash today doesn't mean that you're a good driver. It's exactly the same thing, by the way. Exactly. A green trade outside your rules is absolutely like speeding through red lights. Completely. So, yeah. So there's a lot of, you know, versions to do this and a lot of variations. But first of all, we need to, we need to finish the mindset. We definitely need to finish and shift with this mindset. You need to finish up by taking these trades. You need to finish up by bending those rules. and you definitely need to shift that thinking process. Okay, so first of all, shifting the process first mindset. I call it process first mindset. So let's just put the process in the first and the highest letter here. All right, redefine the whole thing. Success equals following the rules. Failure equals breaking the rules. That's simple, right? Journaling the process. I told you guys the questions that needs to be asked at the end of the day. Was my analysis correct? Was my levels correct? Or were my levels correct? Did I follow the risk management rules? So that's exactly why I said about 2 weeks ago, the way I journal, it's like a personal journal, technically. I mean, I'm not really writing down the P&L. Actually, I almost never write down the P&L. I'm writing down the good trades, some of the good trades, some of the bad trades, what I did better this time or what I did a little bit wrong, or, what I should be changing next time. So you also need to rate yourself. Like, how did you feel? How many times did you broke the rules, or how many times you applied to go with the A+ trades? Did I follow your plan 100%? Journaling can be as simple as just asking questions. Okay, ask yourself those simple questions. When you look back at the end of the day, just a few simple questions, and then maybe finalizing it, you can put your P&L there, but that should be secondary, as I said. Okay, yes, it's important in a way, but journaling, asking those questions. Stick around and find out exactly. So I'm also saying that you need to detach identity from outcome. A loss basically doesn't mean that you're a bad trader. I think this is one of the things that many traders, even including the more experienced traders, don't really understand or underestimate. Okay, a loss, even a losing day or a losing week, a day, it doesn't mean that you're a bad trader. Okay, we all know that even the best edge can have all those negative valleys, like you're in a losing streak. You cannot do anything about it. There's no holy grail. But the problem is, hey, Coach Fred, good to see you. The problem is, even after one single or two losing days, even the more experienced traders sometimes, including myself sometimes, yes, I do have the second, I do second guess myself every now and then. It comes around, it goes around, comes around. So it's basically part of the journey. Yes, I do. For example, the start of this month, August, my process was extremely slow. I also blew up like 3 or 4 funded accounts this month. Actually, maybe 5. And this month, my results are definitely not as good as they were in the past couple of months. Yes, I got some payouts, but I was asking myself after the first week, like this month, am I doing something wrong? Am I losing some confidence here, or am I making harsh decisions here, or maybe I'm trading too much, or maybe I'm trading too less, maybe I'm forced. So I found out from my journal that basically I'm forcing myself again into trades that are not even there. But that's just my personal thing. So the reason I kept blowing up those funded accounts, that I just realized that I forced the market conditions were not ideal, and still I forced myself into the trade. I was like, and this is, by the way, one of the reasons I put up this topic with today, that I was pretty much driven by the P&L, because I said to myself, okay, last month I made 10K. Before that I made 12K. And this month I need to make at least another 10K. And I was like, okay, I need to put on a trade. I need to see this going somewhere. And the result was actually blowing up those accounts. So it happens. It goes around, comes around, and that's where the emotional strength comes forward. You know, there's a delay in the chat. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. So, as I said, you need to detach identity from outcome. A loss doesn't mean that you're a bad trader. Breaking rules means you need more discipline. That's how simple it is. And by the way, if you know, yeah, I mean, you can celebrate the discipline winners, right? Even when red, give yourself credit for following the rules. And that's important, by the way. If you lose a trade by following your rules, you should actually be reminding yourself that, okay, no problem. I followed my rules. I followed the check mark, everything. Everything was great. And I'm proud of myself because the market, decided the other way around, but I followed everything. So let me just say that again because it's important. If you have a red trade, if you followed that particular trade by your rules, everything was lining up. It was an A+ setup. You did the risk management properly. You did everything according to the plan, according to the game plan. That means that loss is actually a winner. Like that's the point when you need to reprogram yourself in trading. Okay, you followed the process. You're not following the P&L. You're following the process. You're following your edge. These small, tiny little components here that you need to switch in your brain. If you have a losing trade, you can actually ask yourself right after the trade, okay, let's just sit back and let's look at that. Was this trade even a correct trade? Was this trade, lining up in every detail with my edge? And if the answer is yes, then immediately remind yourself that, all right, it's going to help you. It's going to help you to make peace with the loss. I don't know how else to say this, but it's going to make it much more easier for you to accept it. Much, much more easier for you to accept that loss. Okay, that is actually one way that I was able to get through those losing days. So I left some of my funded accounts in a few $100s of drawdown each. And yes, I broke the rules here and there, but overall, I mean, those days are happening just like this day here. It could be just absolutely crazy like this. And overall, I followed my risk management rules. I did not risk more than I should. I didn't take more trades than I should. I entered into the direction that my zones or targets were showing me. So I was waiting for the setup. I was waiting for the game plan. And overall, yes, I lost. But it actually always made it more easier to get over emotionally on those losing days. It makes it easier for you to walk away. Okay. Maybe some of you guys find this topic a little bit sometimes boring or not. I don't know, but I think it's very, very important. And that's why the process, focusing on the process actually makes all the difference. Okay. Focus on the process. All right. And so your process is the scoreboard, what matters. Okay. P&L is just noise. That's what I wanted to say. All right. The P&L is just noise. The process should be the scoreboard. Now, about the long-term payoff, because that's also important. Let's talk about the red process trades. If you have your red trades, even when you're following, Cesar, thank you. Absolutely. So even if you're following your edge and you have those red trades, even those red days, because it can be happening, it's part of the thing. I would say build your data set and refine your edge. I'm not saying you're using a bad edge or something's wrong, but if you're seeing that even by following your rules, there's those red trades are happening more often than they should, even though you did your back testing, there's nothing wrong. Don't do the same thing like go strategy hopping again and find the next best thing. Don't. Okay, build up some more data and try to refine it a little bit. Should be better. And about the green discipline, losing trades, I would say erode discipline. Whoa, my gosh.
What's the truth? What's the deed?
Let's go, everybody. Quickly.
MyFunded TV giveaway.
It's happening.
It's shining like a
Quickly, everybody, run. Run. Click on that. Come on.
lose. It's
This music is so emotional.
MyFunded TV giveaway.
Quickly. 50 free resets, everybody. 50 free resets. I love this song. That was awesome. That song is epic. I love that. I feel like I need to come up with a song myself. I mean, I need something like I don't know. I need to call Hans Zimmer or someone to help me out. Exactly. It was a good song. What's been your biggest loss, Eduardo? My biggest loss on funded accounts. I mean, it was on multiple funded accounts, and it was ready for payout. So let me just put it clearly: like it was ready for payout. All I needed to do is wait for next day and get the payout. It was $5,000 ready for payout. That was my, and I lost that. Now, in terms of loss, I mean, I wiped out multiple funded accounts with come on, with the buffer, with the safety net. So overall, with the safety net and the buffer and everything, I wiped out funded accounts with like $13,000. And that was something I was building up for like 3 months. More than, I would say 10 weeks, 8 to 10 weeks. I was building it up slowly, and I wiped it out in 5 seconds. Now, my biggest loss in trading was my personal cash account back in 2019. With one single trade, it was not a funded account. It was not a prop firm account. It was my personal Forex brokerage account. I mean, I lost, well, a lot. I would say with one single trade, I lost $10,000. One single trade. For me, that was huge back then. It was, it happened. It happened. Yeah. Yeah, that was hurting me. But that, as I said, that was on my personal account, and it was back in the years. Congratulations, by the way, again to the winners. So let's just finish up with that topic, because as I said, the long-term payoff, erode discipline, make long-term failure inevitable. That's what's important. Over time, the trader who respects rules compounds consistency, while the rule breaker compounds chaos. And that's how also the compounding effect is not just about risk management. Like, yes, the account balance is growing and we can risk more. No, it's not just about that. The compounding effect is also about following the rules and compounding consistency. Okay, Now the end goal is, by the way, like for everybody, do you play games? Yes, I do. Just a second there. So the end goal is obviously to build up these funded accounts, the bigger as it gets, and go to a live account. Obviously, take the payouts along the way, just like Ash is saying as well. Like, take those payouts, pay yourself along the way. But the goal is to scale up, build those accounts bigger and bigger, especially on the live phase, right? So yeah. So do I play games? Yes, I like shooting games. I like Counter-Strike. I'm a big video game fan, but the problem is I play very badly. So I play very badly. But I do like those shooting games, PUBG, Counter-Strike. Anyway, the little figurine in the back. Anyway, so what I want to say as a takeaway here, okay, a good trade is not the same, as a green trade. It's not equal. It does not equals to a green trade. But bad trade does not equal to a red trade. Okay. A red process trade equals to tuition for consistency. So again, if you're following the rules and your trade goes to red, regardless that you followed the rules, take it as tuition. Okay. Tuition for consistency. All right. I think it's super important. Small info piece there. Red process trade. The red process trade is the one that you followed the rules, followed the risk plan, you followed everything, but it still ended up as a loss. Awesome. You followed everything. That's going to be a tuition for consistency. A green rule breaking trade, yeah, equals basically poison disguised in profit or as profit. Okay. Because we're just lucky. And you're just building those bad habits. Okay. So a green rule breaking trade is basically poison disguised as profit. Okay. All right. So judge yourself not by the P&L, but on execution quality. Okay. Not outcome randomness. The only way you can judge, or you should be judging yourself, is on the execution quality. The profits will follow. It could be just small amount of profits there, but that's why it's important. Okay. If you're focusing on outcomes, you're going to build bad habits. We all know that. If you focus on the process, you'll build a career in trading. That's how we're going to stay in the trading game for the long term. All right. Exactly. Yeah, we just have to learn. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. So, if you have questions about this, I'd be happy to answer. Let me know if you have questions about the risk management or current market analysis. I still have a few minutes. Yeah, I have like 8 or 9 minutes from my segment. That's cool. I really wanted to talk about this because I think it's super important. And I always try to find something that I think it's a must for I truly believe that there's a lot of strategies out there. I know. I recognize that. And I respect everybody who can make money with all those different strategies, not just ICT. But I truly a believer that basically the mindset is the thing that we need to work on the most. We have lots of smart people in the chat. I know you guys are super smart. I know you guys already know a lot about the levels, all kinds of entries and market analysis. And I know the other hosts are also giving lots of valuable information here at MyFunded TV. And by the way, I must say this, like without even mentioning anything else or anyone else or any other YouTube channel or whatever. There's so many educational stuff here for free and lots of value here at MyFunded TV. So as I always say, stick around, but you must be here every single day, because every host it's giving you like a tremendous value here. Okay, so make sure to subscribe, and make sure to push the like button as well. I don't know if you have a bounty or not, but regardless, call up everybody. Make sure to subscribe to MyFunded TV. So, as I said, I truly believe that the mindset, the psychological aspect, the psychological edge, no more bounties. Okay. So the psychological edge is definitely more important, in my personal opinion, than knowing all the concepts, all the setups. There's so many ways to do this, thousands of ways. We talked about this, right? So, if you're actually looking to be better in trading, I would say definitely I would focus more on the mindset, all those books about the mindset. I mean, yes, we can see a lot of educational stuff for free, and of course in books as well, about trading setups and charts and stuff like that. Hey folks, good to see you. But focus on the mindset, and that's why I do love Mark Douglas as well. Great lessons there. Is the Rocket Scooter fam coming already? I see them. Hey, Franco. Good to see you. Might be a bit out of reach. Yeah, maybe. So the Rocket Scooter squad is incoming. All right. All right. As always. So if you have questions, let me know. Let me just see what happened here. So we went down again. I'm curious about gold because I haven't checked it. Yeah, gold is just slowly edging lower, taking the stairs down, but nothing really happening. I haven't even checked. Is the meeting happening with the President Trump and the EU leaders, or is it started yet? Or I don't know. Maybe not yet. Aaron, hey there. The Rocket fam. Exactly. So just a small little recap here. Don't let your P&L take the main focus, okay? Focus on the process. And even if you're following, I mean, hopefully you're following your risk management plan, especially on a day like this. I mean, look at the 5-minute chart, or even just go down to the one. I think the 15-minute is the worst looking one, by the way. Look at this. So even when you're following your plan, you're taking those red trades, those negative results. If you follow through with your risk management plan, I mean, ask yourself, were you following your trade plan throughout the day? If you did and you still made a loss, you shouldn't judge yourself in a negative way. Actually, you should be rewarding yourself or be proud of yourself. Like, for example, if you have a trade limit, like in a number of trades, or profit wise or loss dollar wise, for example, how much dollars can you afford to lose on a funded account? Maybe if you can go along with your risk management plan and you followed everything, your trade entry, your entry model to the book, and you still lost, especially on a day like this, then you still did good. And that's why I said, if you survive today with the break even, that you actually you have a green day. That's a win. Never forget that. All right, just what I started with. Never forget that the break even day is actually a winning day. All right. And if you're still lost because you followed your rules, that's actually not a loss. That's actually building consistency. That's tuition for consistency. All right. As long as you know that you have a working trading edge. Okay. Congratulations, Theo. That's awesome. Fish lips, good to see you. Mr. Smith. Hey. Yeah. So just remind yourself, because that's very, very important. MSG UFO, let's go. Hey there. And that is going to make you much, much more easier to get through a red day. Ian, hey, good to be back. Thank you. Yeah, last week was a little bit, hectical, but I'm here now. I'm not going to go anywhere. Hey, thank you. Life with 12 dogs. Hey, good to see you. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I really enjoyed this topic because I think we're going to talk more about this in the future from different aspects. Hey, Leo, because this is crucial this is the topic. If you remind yourself that following the rules is actually building up your consistency, if you remind yourself to this, that is going to help you get through those losing days. Okay, that is going to help you to stop and have that mental stop for the day. I mean, MyFundedFutures does not have the daily loss limit, but you can still use a mental stop. And by the way, the DX feed data who are using Quantower, for example, you can set a daily lockout feature as well on the dashboard if you haven't noticed it. Yet. Sorry. So, okay, it's much easier to get through these the bad days if you follow the rules. Okay, bad days are always gonna come and go. It's part of the game. Verabone, hey, good to see you. What's up? So I just want to thank you all. This was a great session. I would say this was an awesome start of the week. I really enjoyed it. I do use high leverage in evaluation. I mean, if you can manage risk, Theo, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, DXP has a lockout feature. Exactly. So if you guys are trading Quantower, you can do that. Pigeon, you're welcome. So use it. I think it's a very useful feature, especially if you know you have a hard time keeping that discipline. It's nothing bad. I mean, there's nothing wrong with using it. Hey, Brewtown. Good. I can hear it now. I can hear it. Maybe you guys can hear it too. Let's sing. Let's go.
Tom.
Man, the man.
Bro.
The birds are singing that someone is making a tons of money today.
It's a pretty good day.
All right.
I mean, it replaces the Friday that we don't talk about, the last Friday. We don't talk about that one. That wasn't that good.
I see. All right. Yeah, let's just forget about that. How's your day so far, man?
It's been pretty good. It's good coming back on a good Monday. Had a refreshing weekend. IDOC and I did a whole lot of stuff. Went to a concert, hung out with family, went out and played top golf. So like relaxing. It's like a mini vacation. It wasn't like your Italy trip, but it was like some refreshing time. So
family time is always the best. That's awesome. I had
Yeah.
some family time too. I mean, I know Methodical Man was saying to the chat that I had to cut the grass for the neighbor, but that didn't happen. So I was also spending some family time, but it was good. And as I said, family time is always the best, always recharging me the best. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What's happening
Nice,
today,
man.
man? What do you think? What's up with this market? I mean, I don't understand what's happening really.
Well, I think that we have a couple big events coming out, right? So, this is kind of a light news week. We have Fed minutes coming out Wednesday. Fed funds futures are pricing in like a 85% chance of a rate cut instead of 96. So the PPI and Michigan numbers really shot that down. So I think Wall Street's still trying to digest the fact that we're probably going to get one rate cut if we're likely and nothing else, And I think that's just it. And market's still kind of slightly bullish, I think. We have VIX expiration Wednesday morning. So, you're going to get that kind of like sort of choppy weirdness next couple of days. But
So do you think
honestly,
that this is what we can expect for the rest of the week? I mean, most likely tomorrow and Wednesday. Do you think this is going to be?
I have this weird suspicion that today we rally up to all-time highs again, like we just blast out to the end of the day, and then Friday, and then Tuesday we rally, and then Wednesday we rally, and then Thursday, Friday we start to pull back. I feel like S&P probably hits that next wave at about 6,600 before it does pull back. It's just not like, even though the data is just kind of looking weird for inflation, getting worse, it's people are still rotating around. And like, remember last week we saw people rotating pretty heavy into Russell. You wouldn't really be seeing that unless there was just some certainty that the market's not coming down. People don't really buy Russell in periods of questionable markets. I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. Wow.
What do you think? What are your thoughts about this week?
Well, about the same. I was also saying to chat that I think that this week is going to be a little bit more sideways than usual. I wasn't sure that are we going to go for new all-time highs, but I guess this market can just go for endlessly up higher. I don't know, but I'm expecting more chop in the next upcoming days as well. So
yeah,
we'll see. Anyway, all right, chat. Let me just say thank you again. It was awesome. Thanks for the positive vibes. And Matt, thank you for everything. Have a great session. And I guess see you tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
All
It's
right.
good to have you back, Tom. It's not the
All
same
right.
without you.
Awesome. See you tomorrow. Cheers, everyone.
All right, guys. Hold up. How are y'all doing today, everybody? Let's chit chat. Hold on. Let me go out there and do some stuff. Do me a favor. Smash that like button really quick. Let's get those likes up. I got to start. Hold on. Let me do something here really quick. Friends. I made 18K today. Let's forget how bad Friday was for a minute. Let's just forget. Friday was brutal for me. I'm sure it's brutal for some people. Friday was a day where it fell to levels, and each time it tried to take, it broke, and I got chopped up. I mean, it was not a fun trading day on Friday. But today was textbook. I didn't have a single loser across all the accounts. It was fantastic trading day. While it was choppy, there was plenty of, I'll show you guys all the trades I've made, and I'm currently still in one trade in one account, and that's it. Just betting, and I'm holding till the end of the day. It's going to be make or break. That trade's either going to lose a couple $1,000 or make a whole bunch if it does rally. So I'm betting on the market sort of done chopping out and then moving up. But either case, I pretty much hit consistency lock in all the other accounts, and I should be, so cautious-ish from here. And either the market sells off from today, like the market just completely dies and crashes, or we rally higher, and then turn around and sell off. I'm the camp of, because the market is not volatile, and because VIX expiration happens on Wednesday, and the new contract in VIX futures that we roll into tomorrow night is in a slight bit of contango, and then the forward curve never flattens for the rest of the year, and VIX futures in December are at 20. When you see VIX futures below 25, the market is comfortably bullish. There's no planned volatility, even in light of like the crazy CPI and the crazy inflation. Everyone will get caught off guard. If the market sells off, it would be very brutal because no one's planning on it. Nobody's planning on volatility. Nobody sees any instability in this, which is kind of the crazy part. Now, again, like the market is looking like it's trying to sell, and maybe it happens, but it's just been nice and tidy at these liquidity pockets. Been looking really nice. All right, I'm gonna do one thing today. Let me do something really quick. Can you guys do me a favor? I'm gonna ask you guys to do me one favor here for the show. I don't usually ask for much, right? So do me a favor, and I'll give you guys some love for this one. If you guys can help out, here's a tweet that I made. Let's get some people here to watch the show today. If you guys go out here, here's the tweet. I'm going to post it a couple times in chat. If you guys go in there and tag 2 of your friends, doesn't matter who, in that tweet, and you retweet it, I'll enter you guys in a giveaway on my stream. Let's get some people over here to MyFunded TV. I don't know if they'll be able, I'll do it on my stream, and you guys come to my stream, we'll hook you guys up. Let's get some people in here to check out the show. That'd be kind of nice. So let's rally some troops in here and get the views up. I would love you guys to death. All right. What are these candles? Market is just falling into like really solid bull support, which I love. There's been opportunities all day long to trade this. Can you tag your mom and dad, your mom, your dad, your dog, everybody? We would really appreciate that. I really make you guys feel like you don't have any friends. Y'all are hilarious. Okay. So all day long today, bull zone bottom, DD ratio greater than half is a really nice solid support. I've traded from here to here. Then I traded from here to there and closed out. Then I traded from here to there and closed out. Then I grabbed some longs here and I'm just like holding through it for the rest of the day, which is crazy because they were up, but now they're kind of like flat-ish again. Like I said, this is all or nothing for me. This one final trade, one account. That's this guy right here. That's the last one I'm attacking. And inside of here, it's basically A+ setups across the board. Yeah, and so today in my YouTube later, I'll do a giveaway. If you guys retweet that and tag people in the comments, I'll have Grok pull like a handful of you guys, and we'll give you all some MyFundedFutures accounts. How about that? Sound good? Let me give away. How about something crazy like five accounts on my stream? It's also, you know, in the afternoon, a lot easier to win because it's not many people is there in the morning. Yeah. And we'll get you guys. So today, let's talk about what's going on in the market today, right? So far, it's been really, really, really good. As far as trading goes, it wasn't like Friday. Remember Friday when I tried to make my attempts at grabbing some trades, I got chopped up almost every other time. So Friday was pretty brutal. Today was a little cleaner, which was kind of nice. But let's talk about what's going on the calendar, right? There are a lot of things that we're dealing with as far as Wall Street's perception of this market. Now, the first thing you guys can learn about today, if you didn't already know, Fed Watch, you can Google CME Fed Watch. What the Fed Watch actually is, it is a kind of a probability meter that's based on the 30-day Fed Funds Futures price. There's an actual contract that you can gamble on Fed rate cuts, or the actual interest rate, and the futures are pricing in that particular probability. And so as you see, the current target rate is 425 to 450. That's where we are now. And 15% of traders believe that we're not getting anything, and 85 think we're getting a cut. 2 weeks ago, this was like at 96 and this was 4. So why were there more traders thinking we had a cut up until last week? Fewer traders are thinking we are, right? Well, it's the whole cascade of information we've had come out, right? PPI going up. PPI had a huge bump up, which means it's only a matter of time with a little bit of delay, then the CPI goes up after that. When PPI goes up, CPI almost always goes up after. The difference in time is the difference it takes to cycle through inventory somewhere in the middle between the producer and the retail. So whenever you buy out all the inventory, whatever store you're at, and they order again from the producer, PPI is the producer prices, and that's already going up. So that means anybody that re-ups their purchases are going to have to up at a higher price and therefore pass the price on to you. PPI, CPI going up, mid to high 3s. The Fed wants it to be at 2% before they're going to cut rates further. And Wall Street's already been pricing in a September rate cut already. And this is the September rate cut, 85% probability. Do you guys think, maybe I can get a poll in chat, if the producer their poll up there, that we get a rate cut in September, knowing what we know now, that the PPI is going up, Trump didn't taco, and therefore CPI is going to go up. More and more Fed members don't believe we need a rate cut at all, but the majority of them still think we do, but only one. Do we get it in September or not? Let me say they throw a poll up here and they can maybe vote on the poll. Because I'm curious what you guys think. I think if we get one rate cut, we are lucky, and that's all we're going to get. And how are we going to know what the Fed's thinking about in the future is we got the minutes from the last Fed meeting coming out this Wednesday. That is the big news event that we're going to be listening for, just to see if the minutes are hinting at the fact that there is some sort of, hold back on the FOMC. Because clearly the idea is we can all see the writing on the wall. Inflation is going up, and it's going up to like 5%. Okay. And is that even bearish for the market? Is the last question you have to ask yourself. What do we even think of that? Now, we might think historically, with what we've had previously, is that, yeah, inflation did cause the 2022 market meltdown or whatever. But let's think about it. Let me go back to last week's data. We can just kind of crunch over that for a minute. All of us sitting here. Let me just quickly ask you guys what you think about this, right? And let's think. Yes, it's bad. Yes, inflation's going up, but does that mean bear market? That's really the question. Has Wall Street ever had an appetite for high inflation? Like the CPI, right? Year over year is not really moving up much, but it will, right? The PPI goes up, which it's doing. Or sorry, that's the core. Sorry, get the wrong one here. And PPI goes up, guys. CPI always goes up after, at least. So what are we thinking? Now with inflation going up, does that mean bear market? That's really the real question we have to ask. And if you go all the way as far back as you can with this, right? While inflation being at 5% is kind of, right? We don't like that. And I mean, it's maybe not go that high, but it might, right? And like my drawing tool is like frozen right now. But right here, we've seen inflation that high before, right? It's not the first time we've seen it closer to 5. We've seen it in 2008, leading up into the big recession. And we had inflation as high as 5% or CPI as high as 5%. We had it in the early 90s, 4%. It's not like it's always been 2%. 2% is not normally characteristic of a world we're used to. We've been below 2% probably since QE1, right? When the Fed was sort of like propping the market up. That really is the only time we've actually seen inflation or CPI below 2.5 according to the new equation. I mean, inflation has been very high in other periods. And is 5% or 4% or wherever we end up at the end of the year even bad enough to crash the market? I mean, in 2022, it got really high, up close to 8%, and we had a little bit of a 10% correction, right? And the last market crash we had was COVID. That was instigated by everybody shutting down businesses, right? I don't know if Wall Street's going to care about 4% inflation. The credit market might get a little strained as people are having to buy more expensive stuff. And they can't afford everything. So they're going to slow down, right? So economy always slows down when there's inflation, because unless you're getting equivalent raises, you can't afford to buy as much as you could before. And therefore, companies aren't necessarily growing as quick or selling as much stuff. And because of that, you might end up in a place where, credit market slows down. Because two reasons. Number one is people max out their credit cards buying lesser and lesser stuff, and then they're less likely to pay things off because their money doesn't stretch as far, because inflation also hits food and energy. And therefore, companies may be less likely to loan out credit cards. And typically the market or our sort of economy grows in periods of lending out credit and stuff. So will this be a slowdown to the economy or not? That's like the real question I want to ask you guys. Right? Yes, we're going to experience inflation. Yes, we're going to experience tariffs, but is it going to cause another 2022 type recession? And I am going to lean to the idea that I don't think it will. I don't think Wall Street even cares. I think that Wall Street's like, we've had worse, right? We've had inflation high in the 90s. We had the same setup. And this was the last period. If you guys are just new to trading, this is what we had. Like post-COVID, we had that 8%, right? CPI was like that high back in here. And then we sold off just a little bit over the course of a year. And then we're back to rallying. Is 5% going to crash the market? Not really. If 8% didn't crash the market's actually not that much higher. And I'm sure that 5% won't crash the market. Can it be bearish for a cycle for a year? Maybe it could, right? We've seen markets absolutely ignore inflation too, and just rally like it wasn't even there. 2008 was a period of high inflation as well. And you can see that the market did chop its way higher. It did have a bunch of, half a year and so pullbacks. It didn't just necessarily go straight up without pulling back. But even the tail end of this, right? The bubble got really high before it popped out. So the idea is, how high can we go before it does have a negative effect? And at that time, are the positive effects going to outweigh the negative ones? And this is my real question for you guys. You know what I mean? What do we think? That's the real question. Groceries are stupid expensive now. Spent like $250 last night and didn't get anything. Yeah, like I feel the same way. We spent like $200 and I feel like all we got was some turkey and some hummus. If you get a MyFundedFutures live account, how often can you get a request a payout? Every day. And MyFunded Life. Yeah. All right. So taking a look at the poll here. Looks like the majority of people believe we do get a rate cut in September. That's good. The majority of 100%, 66% of you think that, 70% of you think that you're more than certain that we do get a rate cut, if not 100% certain, which is good. I think so too. But I really think that the rate cuts are so small, they don't really matter much. Like, I don't think that whatever the, a quarter of a point is not make or break. This is how I really feel. I don't know if it's just me, but I don't think that there's a lot to unbottle here. It might just be me though. I think that we're so sensitive to like the micro changes in the Fed over the last 3 or 4 years that any little bit is seen as big hope. Any small change is seen as like a big devastating blow. But I think that the desire for people to not miss out on the next big tech boom or the next big AI boom is going to create a bubble before it does pop. I don't think the market just sort of like, it's over. Economy's bad. We remember in 2008, we knew that the housing crisis was there as early as 2004. Some of the smarter traders were starting to short the market in 2005, and the bubble didn't pop until, late 2008, 2009. It took 3 or 4 years of rallying in the light of the bad news that people were finally like, now corruption did create the rally to go or allow the rally to go further, but bad news, and this isn't even bad news. I really think that 5% inflation or less is certainly not going to lead to more rate cuts, but I also think that it's doable as an economy. It might slow things down a little bit, but I don't think it's going to like turn us into a bear market or a recession. We just left a recession, like a small one, right? And we just left the market crash in COVID. That was like 2 back-to-back mini recessions. It's hard to think we get a third one and a fourth one. Unemployment is not through the roof. The continuing jobless claims are still less than like 2 million. I mean, that's pretty standard issue for a bull market. It's not alarmingly high. It's not scary high. Initial jobless claims aren't showing big waves of layoffs just yet. So as far as we're concerned, the market's stable enough. That's how I feel. But what are you guys posting controllers in chat? We talking about gaming? COD? Wait, are you talking about, what are y'all talking about? When I hear gaming, I perk up. Did y'all play the Battlefield 6 beta this weekend? Huge fan. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a return to the better part of what the series used to be like, and it feels like slightly like COD-ish. Get faster movement. I loved it. I think it's one of the best in the series. But I'm a guy that likes fast, twitchy movements, so that's my style. Some of the diehards of Battlefield 6 were thinking like it's a little COD-like, but I love it. I love sliding around and COD style. Oh yeah, the beta was good, right? You don't like Battlefield? Nobody. Who cares? Who cares what you think? No, I'm just kidding. My first COD I ever played was Black Ops 6. I actually never played COD before that, believe it or not. I played every Battlefield that ever came out though. I was more like a Halo and Apex player. Those are my jams. And Titanfall. But yeah. But Battlefield 6 was good. They actually did a really good job, and it feels great because actually I have a brand new laptop. So I got a laptop with a 5090 in it. So I got 2 5000 series GPUs. I got a 5080 for this computer. I got a 5090 for my laptop. And dude, I can play that thing on ultra settings, 4K from a laptop, which is even half the performance of the real graphics card for desktop. I'm getting 140 frames a second in 4K, dude. It's fantastic. No love for Gears of War. I do like Gears. I was never any good at it though. Apex Legends, yeah, buddy, you know it. You heard there's a new Titanfall in the works. I don't know if they I would be super excited if that was true. Don't break my heart if it's not true. Titanfall was my claim to fame. That's the game I was the best and the highest ranked ever in all the games I ever played. So Titanfall is my jam. Titanfall 1. Which laptop? I got the MSI. So I always get MSI laptops. They're just as good at Alienware with slightly less price. All the same components though. So I get MSI Raider. I've had MSI laptops for the last maybe 10 years. They are so good as far as gaming laptops go. Play Borderlands. I have never played Borderlands. But there's a show, I think, that just came out for Borderlands. It's not because I didn't like any of the games. It's like because there's just so many games and so little time. But yeah, no, laptop was really good. I got it. I pre-ordered it whenever the 5090s just came out. So I literally got it the very first day that it was released. And the best thing was I paid $5,000 for the laptop pre-ordered. But then when they delivered it to me, Micro Center was selling the same laptop. They had 2 in stock that day for $4,000, like $1,000 cheaper. $4,000 for a 5090 laptop. I was like, so I actually bought a second one and then returned the other one and saved $1,000. So I got lucky getting it when I got it. But yeah, anyways, yeah, I'm kind of a gamer. I'm a big fan of some stuff, but I was jamming to some Battlefield this weekend. Very fun. Yeah. So anyways, back to market talk. I feel the market's still kind of questioning itself. It's kind of having an identity crisis right now, but I also feel like the bubble hasn't bubbled enough to get to the devastatingly like crazy area of popping. We've had, like I said, we've had a bunch of pops along the way. We've had COVID, we've had that recession. Oh, and then we had the Trump thing, right? So the market has kind of gotten out its like sensitivities here. This was kind of the real, what I'd call recession. And now, I don't think inflation gets much worse than 5%. There's no reason for it to, unless the tariffs create a cascading effect where people can't pay their bills without raising prices. That is the one fear I have, that there's a secondary effect of tariffs that we don't know about yet. It's such that companies are going to lose sales so much they have to raise prices to stay in business. And I don't think we're going to get there just yet, but it's maybe the one problem we will see, and that's a longer term effect. So how high can the market go before it sells off or turns around? Currently, a trick you can do, and this is a trick that's really good for everybody, I promise you guys I'll teach you a lesson every day you're here, is you go to something like Thinkorswim or somewhere where you can look at all the VIX futures contracts. In VIX, you can pick any month to trade, just like you can with Thinkorswim, right? With in Thinkorswim or TradingView or anything, you can look at any contract, and with VIX, you can trade multiple contracts just like you can with S&P and NASDAQ. And you can look at the forward months, right? So M is January and Q is August and U is September, right? We know which contract we're trading. Right now we're trading U contract with S&P and NASDAQ. So here you can see that August currently VIX is 1560, September 18, October 19, etc., November 20, and December 21. If you look out 6 months, and each successive contract is slightly higher in value than the previous one, we call each additional month contango. Contango is when the VIX contract is priced higher. This is actually part of a bull market. This is normal. And with that highest level is less than 25, that's good. So they're basically looking like this, okay? Each additional contract, and the highest one is less than 25. What is bad is if one of them is above 25, or if the curve starts to flip the other way around. The market becomes too sensitive to possible. It didn't price in enough possible volatility, and anything can shake it. Normally, as you build a bull market, people are going to be hedging against their positions, which is going to cause VIX to sort of expand over the months. And so a rule of thumb is if VIX is less than 25, 6 months out, and you're contango every month, that's a healthy bull market. So this market can continuously stay the course for 6 months, like meaning that my little drawing tool is sort of frozen here, but let me get it here. Come on. So essentially higher highs and stay the course, and then, sort of do this and not really like die out, and just sort of like take until the end of the year to sort of top out. I really do think that's what it's going to look like. I think the inflation will start to rear its ugly head, but somewhere after some time is gone, when it's actually seen in the CPI. This is what I really feel. The S&P is going to get close to 7,000 this year. That's what I really feel, maybe even slightly higher. before a pullback. I don't feel, and again, VIX is telling me nothing. Now, again, you can't predict the stock market, but nobody's planning for it. VIX is telling you what people are planning for. Now, you can't predict what people are going to do, but people are not planning for doom and gloom. You're not seeing a lot of that. Let's open up the treasury market and see, are people leaving the stock market to go into fixed income, right? With inflation being high, when inflation goes up, your fixed return is less. So what happens with treasury notes is in a high inflationary environment, crashes the treasury market. That's this pretty common relationship that you'll see. Treasuries work on a thing is like, I'm going to buy a bond here for X, and then as long as I hold your debt for X amount of years, this is the 10 years, so let's put 10, you're going to give me a fixed amount in 10 years. Great, when it matures. Perfect. So the problem is the fixed amount is the same. Let's pick a number, $1,000. If you tell somebody, I'll give you $1,000 in 10 years, and great, you get $1,000. That $1,000 is not the same than it is now, because that $1,000 has lost its buying power at the rate of inflation, which normally is 2% a year, and now it's going to be 5% a year. So losing 5% each year is not really the same $1,000. You're going to lose money, right? So the yield that you get, quote unquote, this is the fixed amount, but the yield is a percentage you get every, at the end of your term. If the percentage is competing against inflation, because it's a fixed number. So when inflation's going up, the treasury market is going to be tanking. However, if people are scared of a recession, they're going to start buying like 10-year note, 2-year note, right? Things are going to start picking up because people are going to want to put their money in fixed income despite the inflation. So right now, people would rather go long equities than long bonds. Okay, so people aren't getting out of the stock market and going into fixed income. Inflation is sort of locking people into the stock market, right? So Wall Street is got no fear of this inflation and doesn't care that the Fed's not going to cut rates really quick. I think Wall Street has a better bet at betting on the AI bubble rather than betting on some doom and gloom from a moderately high inflation. And this is what I feel. The market's figuring out its pronouns. Somebody said, the market doesn't know who it is yet. And I think for where we are currently right now is that the stock market just has no alternative. Fixed income is sort of toxic at these levels. The yields aren't high enough for people to really want to plant their money for long periods of time and miss out on a big bull rally. There's no fear. VIX is showing no fear. Treasury market's showing no fear. People aren't liquidating and jumping out of futures. Commitment of traders isn't even showing that. So where's all the money going? Nowhere. It's staying in the stock market. It's crazy. Every tool that I look at that tries to tell me where money's shifting around, none of it's telling me that people are jumping out of the stock market in fear. So it's just going to take some drastic event to change everybody's mind, or I don't know, some big policy change, but I don't think the interest rates matter anymore. I don't think Wall Street even cares. Here's how you know the market's still liquid. You look at this green line in commitment of traders, which is asset managers, and this blue line, which is leverage funds. When they do this, like alligator mouth, market's liquid. When they do this, it's also liquid. So longs are longing more, shorts are shorting harder, and it's a balancing act. This is the S&P. It's totally liquid from here. More and more and more short, more and more and more long. The market is stable and liquid here. That's it. That's futures, by the way. S&P futures. So I got nowhere to bet, but the market keeps going up. That's really it. I don't know about you guys, but that's how I feel. What do y'all feel? You know what I'm saying? I'm still not betting on short market. I got all my trades buying the dip today, which is great. We've been so used to near zero rates, we forgot that this is kind of normal. As Lowell said, I think that's a perfect thought. Like an older generation, like myself, they've been around for a while. We're kind of been spoiled to the last 20 years, like low interest rate environment, QE and such. We've lived in that world, and we forgot what the market and economy used to be like. Reagan era, Clinton era is a whole different story. The first Bush, we had rallies and sell-offs and high inflation, even higher inflation in the 70s, what was that? Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter and all that stuff. Their administrations dealt with huge inflation. And so what happened right at the time? And the market still has kind of absorbed worse and performed better. So that's how I feel. So somebody said I never played any of the other Call of Duties. I actually never did. I was always playing Halo. I played Halo competitively since college. Then I played Titanfall, and then Apex is my competitive shooters. Halo, Titanfall, Apex, and Battlefield. So those are the games I played. Yeah, back to reading chat. Sorry, I was behind on chat a little bit. That's what I feel like. Reading what you guys are saying here. It's got this flying away for some news through the market. Oh, I forgot to give you guys a cue, but it looks like it's that time again.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real. Spin the wheel for a major deal. Oh, my funded TV, the crowd's in line. Dreams are dropping like a neon sign. Oh,
It's giveaway time.
lights are flashing, prizes rain. Hope it's calling out your name.
Drop that thing.
It's your
What we get today? WMFFU 50.
was here to stay.
Oh, that's a good song. Sorry, my bad. I'm usually it's Mondays. Usually I do good at queuing you guys when it's coming up, but I didn't get a chance to today. But congrats to the winners. What was it? I didn't even see it. What did I give you guys on lunch money today? I was too busy dancing, so I didn't see what the cue was on my screen. What do we offer you guys? You finally won one. See, if you stay long enough, ultimately the odds will sometimes work out in your favor. Good job, good job, good job. WMFFU 50. 50 free resets. Incredible, incredible. And guys, don't forget, if you guys do me a favor, if y'all go to my Twitter, and I'll post that tweet up one more time, I'm going to host a contest on my own for you guys to help the show out. If you help get the word out, one more time. If you guys go here, here's the link. Help get the word out for the show. And those of you that are new to the show, welcome to MyFundedTV. I'm Matt. I am a day trader. I'm also the CEO of this company called Rocket Secure. We made a trading platform. Long story about that. But I come on MyFundedTV. Big fan of this. This is by far the best prop firm, period, in my opinion. And I love being on the show here. Bringing some new faces. You guys want to get to sub to the channel. We give away 50, sometimes 75, sometimes 25 every day. The huge giveaways on this segment. I do my Funded Futures giveaways almost daily on my stream before and after. Very generous here. So you guys, welcome to the family if you guys are here for the first time. I'm a day trader. I day trade live on the stream, also on my own stream. I'm rocking an 18K day today. All of my accounts are green, which again, like Monday was not that good. So Friday wasn't that good. So let's forget about last Friday. We don't talk about it. But at least today, Redemption Day is better. And I show all my trades live. And when I do engage in trades here on the stream, you guys can like ask me questions about it or whatever you want. You know, why am I entering? What's my stop? What's my take profit? Everything. I love teaching. I love teaching fundamentals, but making them more palatable. Like I feel like people have told me that I make the unbearable bearable. Like who wants to learn about inflation and market data and CPI? Stuff's so boring, right? As a trader, crap puts you to sleep. I know. So I try to, but you have to learn it, which is kind of like the crappy part. You know, it's like your mom forcing you to eat your vegetables. You got to do it for your own good. And we try to at least teach you guys in a way that's the easiest and quickest way to get the info without trying to get a PhD in economics. That stuff doesn't really, you know, you can overwhelm yourself too quickly. In trading, some of you guys might just care about the price action. But it is good to understand a little bit about where market's going, because you're going to have to make a guess, right? Your job is to guess this better than the next guy and at least arm yourself with a little bit of information. So here on the show, at least in this hour, I promise to give you guys a lesson every time. So today's lesson was, where's the money going? People are planting money in the stock market. Last week, they're buying the Russell. You don't buy the cheap, risky stuff unless you're okay with the stock market. Nobody's buying treasuries. That's where you usually go when you sell your stuff from the stock market. Nobody wants to sit in cash. So usually you get out of stocks and get into bonds, and nobody's getting into bonds. Bonds are completely selling the last couple of years, and yields are going up because inflation's keeping, you know, that trade from looking appetizing. So people would rather take risk in the stock market and take risk in the bond market. The risk in the bond market is inflation's going to deteriorate your yield to nothing. So, people are kind of forced to stay in the stock market, and VIX is showing there's no fear. Commander traders are showing there's no selling. People are locked and loaded, baby. This bull market's still bullish. And unless something changes, even light of forecasted like 5% inflation, nobody seems to care. This is the answer to Wall Street. Nobody seems to care. As a matter of fact, I'm still in a long trade right now. I grabbed the dip earlier in the day and I've held through this up and down. I've got one account that's long and I'm just going to hold on to it because I feel like we close at all-time highs again today. If the rally continues, it continues from today. It's not going to be a gentle, boring, choppy day and then rally Wednesday or Thursday. It's either going to pick up momentum now or it's going to die. I'm feeling it. So that's how I feel. How to show my P&Ls in one row like that? Very, 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 very easily. I have 3 different versions of Trade of Fate open, and I just take them. I take the windows, so they're all open, right? And they all have DOMs in them, and they all have the account window or whatever. So what I do is I resize the window to put them all on top of each other like this, where I just have them. And then I just stack all of them on top of each other. That's all I'm doing. And then I just swoop one picture of a screenshot. And after I take the screenshot, I got to move them back to full size. So it's not like I can keep it like that all the time. So you can see like there's a clear divider. This is like Trade of 8 version 1. This is Trade of 8 2, and this is Trade of 8 3. And just stacked on top of each other. And I could leave, it'd be kind of cool if I could leave it like that all the time and just like zoom in on the window. You guys can see that updating in real time. But the problem is I'm also trading in these things. So, that window is literally shrunk to that size. I need the DOM and all the other tools. So kind of crummy. This is desktop version and each of these are web versions. So the desktop version is the one that lets you break out separate DOMs, which is the one I can show on the screen. Unfortunately, these guys are all consistency locked for the most part. This one can only make about 1,000, and these 4 can only make, what they are making. One's 2,000, the other one are 1,500, and that's where I'm locking in on consistency for these guys. And then so I can't trade those anymore. I'm fortunately done. But hey, it's good, right? It's some window trickery. Yeah, I'm just arranging it on the screen, and then after I take the screenshot, then I move everything back so I can actually still use the platform. So, yep. But a good day today, right? Something wrong with stream? I don't know. Is stream buffering? I feel like maybe there's a little bit of a delay. There's always been a delay on this show. I feel like it's a little bit longer because you guys are probably like a minute behind me, I think, on this stream. Is stream frozen? If you don't mind me asking, how old am I? I am in my early 40s. Is it fine? You're locked in the buffering loader? No, it's not frozen, not frozen. Okay, cool. All right, so questions you guys have for me. We're talking about trade setup, right? Rocket Scooter is the gamma exposure tool mixed with some other cool exploits that I utilize for finding high volume pivots and flow, very simply. You can see on my screen to the right, there is a little guide that's telling me where the flow likely is. And this is my position sizing guidelines based on the algo. The algo actually shows me where the risk is in Confluence all in one bite. And then I utilize that for my positioning. As you see, liquidity pocket right here is support from light gray to dark gray. And we've seen that all day. As a matter of fact, I'm just holding long the fort for my MyFundedFutures account. If I rally to all-time highs again, I would be super stoked to see us end up way up here. I always trade liquidity pockets every single time. It's my every single time setup. Friday was like hit or miss, but today has been hit. It's been great. And that's why over time, statistical based trading, you just want to kind of like stay the course. And over time, you hope the odds play out in your favor, right? My indicators are showing me this is support here. This is support here and the confluence that goes with it. Normal position size. I can actually hit it pretty hard from here. I'm looking to trade this slightly higher. Probability of staying above the bull zone is extremely high if you open in bull zone, which we did. So it's very rare to open in bull zone and the market fall to bear zone and sell off if the stocks are bullish. And how do I know if the stocks are bullish? We have an indicator up here that tells me almost 90% of the stock market cap is also in a bull zone. If stocks are also bullish, why would the index be bearish? That's the whole point of it's arbitrage-based trading. Index is tracking the stocks. Stocks are healthily bullish. We're on the edge of the bull market. Why would the index end up bearish if the stocks are pretty solid? Even though stocks are selling off a little bit, the index usually balances and equates to where the stocks are most of the time. That's why I bet on that. It's a really strong, solid indicator. This indicator is worth 20 grand for me today. Indicator, but the trade, like the strength of the market. I'm saying the indicator is worth 20 grand. That's a silly, I'm tongue tied there. I mean to say the strength of the market was worth 20 grand today. Really nice, really strong. So extremely excited to see this market stay bullish. Bull markets are easier to trade. I actually like them the most. So I don't have a lot of confluence that the market does go higher. Currently, this is saying resistance from here. So the confluence goes the other way in this area where we have resistance all through here. So this whole block is resistance, and this whole block is support, as the indicators have shown. And you can see that that is the case. These tiny little scalps into the resistance have been pulling back down into support all day long. And we've been chip chopping up and down. And it's been great trading for people that have caught the wave at the right time. Textbook, really, for me. I buy the dip here every single time, and every single time I add there, it's a pretty common setup. This is actually my favorite setup of all the ones I do. So yeah. In your boot camp, do I teach traders how to hedge with options as well? This boot camp, I will. I haven't had an options teaching. I haven't taught an options class before. And in this series of boot camp, at the end, in the bonus classes, we'll be doing some options and some swing trading stuff. Yes, sir. That's correct. So you guys wish me some luck. Can I get some rockets in chat? Because I want to see this trade go to highs today. I want to see the market absolutely give up its desire to sell off. And I want to see today be the day that we break out into highs. You know what I'm saying? I want to feel it. I want to feel that the market is done with its little choppy craziness. And it feels so bad for me that we end up just rallying whatever end of the day. Who knows? Right? Because that's what I want to see. I've got my MyFundedFutures. This is the only account I still have open, the one in the middle here. Everything else is max profit. I can't make anymore, which is great. I like not being able to, I like being able to say that I can't make anymore, which is good. So I'm super pumped. Let's go, market. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, 15 minutes left. Guys, questions y'all have for me though? As far as anything I do or anything that I'm doing today or anything I'm thinking about, what do y'all want to know? This is like the last part of the day. I have an hour with these guys before I go back to my stream. And you guys can ask me anything you want. Somebody just said, Rocket Scooter is legit. I started with ICT, now you join RS, and you have learned so much more about the market since joining. Best paid room you ever been in. Oh, cool, man. We're kind of a different style of market analysis. You know, we're a team of actual bona fide math nerds and code breakers and coders and engineers and mathematicians, and decided to make our own take on the market for things that make sense to me, not just price action based trading, but things like arbitrage and what are the stocks doing and what makes markets move to begin with, the mechanical portion of market. You know, markets move on options being hedged and things like that, or sorry, hedge positions and options exposure always moves markets as well. Do I have a kid? I do. I have a 7-year-old. Does YouTube have an issue for you guys? YouTube is having the issue though, right? Maybe refresh. YouTube has been updating recently some internal parts of YouTube. They're going through some changes. Am I going to teach my kid to trade? Probably not. He wants to be he wants to be a psychiatrist. That's just his goal. I don't think I want trading to be part of the family business. I think because I'm a weird savant at trading. I feel like that's a unique thing. I wouldn't want my. I mean, it's a great journey for someone that gets to the end and sticks with it. I know how hard it was to me. I think no parent would ever wish their child on such a hard, grueling journey. I get when you become a parent, your job is like you want your kids to have an easy life, right? And I know the pain and the heartbreak and the sacrifice you have to make. It's like I would support anything my kid would want to do, 100%. I could care, anything about what I want, 100%. But I would be like, I'm like, can you do something a little easier? Dad, but you're really good at it. Like, yeah, but he never asks. So, according to him, Dad's a famous YouTube star. That's what he says. That's what he tells all his friends at school. My dad's a YouTuber. My dad's really famous on YouTube. That's what he says. It's cute. But that's all, all these 7-year-olds know is like watching Minecraft and Legos on YouTube all day long, watching Roblox on YouTube. They're like, whoa, your dad's on YouTube. Whoa. They think that like that means being on TV, like anybody can start a YouTube channel, but to them it's a big deal. So it's kind of endearing. If we go to all-time highs today, you'll get a tattoo of slightly fatter Matt. Dude, if you get a tattoo of that, that's awesome. That'd be so awesome, man. What does he say? His mom is a feelings doctor. His mom is a psychiatrist. So he says, he calls it a feelings doctor, which is like what he was like, when I grow up, I want to be a feelings doctor like my mom. What does a feelings doctor do? Well, it helps people with their feelings. That's what indicators are used for support and resistance. Exactly these indicators in Rocket Scooter. There are gamma exposure levels. And there's a couple different ways to use them. The indicators, I look at where the flow is and where the volume is. These levels are predictable volume pivots when you touch them. Like as you see here, right, there's a volume spike here. So I identify where volume will be based on options, and I convert it to futures, and I trade off the pivots, and I follow the flow. I use these indicators right here that tell me support and resistance, right? You see on my screen? This is support, this is support, this is resistance, this is resistance. So inside of here is support, inside of here is resistance. And as you see, that has been no less than paying the bills today. Here's been support, here's been resistance. I haven't chased any of the longs. I've grabbed the dip, grabbed the dip, grabbed the dip every time. It's been very good. And that's basically all I do. He told his friends that I'm Aiden Ross. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, right. Who knows? To them, anybody on YouTube is a celebrity, according to any 7-year-old. Yeah, and Pi said it's also a double-edged sword. Nobody wants their child to grow up soft either. Like I definitely am the kind of parent that would be like my dad. He's really hard on us to like shape us, and I'm kind of the same way. He cried when we play chess, right? He's really good at chess. He's been very good at chess since he was like maybe 3 or 4, and I started teaching him. He's very good. He beats me half the time, and I'm very good. I mean, relatively. I used to be very good. I'm probably like maybe a 1500 elo. So I'm actually pretty good according to most people, but it's like professional by any means, but so good. What's up? Woo! Thanks for the snack. iDoc is in the house. But like I play him in chess, right? And he actually beats me half the time, which is crazy. He's very, very good. But when I beat him, he cries. Like he cries in defeat. Like he's very sad. He wants a hug, and he's like completely devastated that he lost. And we're in that mode of like, okay, we're shaping ego at this point. You gotta learn to lose. You can't be crying when you lose a sport, He goes, and I'm like, no, I'm not giving you a hug, dude. No. You got to work. He's so good at everything he does. He's not used to losing. So he's learned how to lose. That's tasty. Thanks, darling. But that's kind of the place we are. I got harden him up and say, part of life is losing. When you lose to somebody, that's a good thing. You need to learn from this person. There's always gonna be somebody better than you. And that's how you get better. How do they beat you? How do you beat them? This is part of it. And, That's kind of the battle we're facing right now. He's good at everything he does. He's top of his class, and all the parents and all the kids love him because they're like, he's gonna be the valedictorian, and all the teachers pet, and so it's built in his head that he can't fail, right? And trust me, I know that guy very well. That's like me when I was a kid. You get spoon fed all this, you're gonna be great, you're gonna be great, you're gonna be great. And you get your ass kicked by your dad playing chess, you're gonna be kind of like, shocked up. And I'm like, I'm not taking it easy on you. I'm going to teach you how to play and how to play competitively and be good at this. And he's like, and I'm like, don't cry. There's no cry. There's no crying in baseball. But just like his dad, I got spoon fed a huge dose of ego that took me years to unshape in the trading world. That was my biggest hurdle in trading. Oh, I don't lose. I'm good at everything I do. I'm the smartest guy I know. I'm the best at everything I touch. And Wall Street handed me 2 servings of, yeah, right, bro. And so, we're kind of battling that. And he has a hard time losing. He has a hard time getting second place. He has a hard time not getting first, sort of thing. So yeah, that's what we're working on now. So yeah, trading would definitely humble that, but I don't know if I'm ever going to get him into trading though. Cover up the CHIPS Act and equity for government and company. I don't know a lot about that, Thomas. I wish I had something to say about that. I haven't been paying much attention. Matt's segment giveaway already dropped. No, I'm going to do it in this afternoon after this show. So guys, don't forget to click the thumbs up here. Let's get those likes up. We're about 500. Let's see if we can get to 600 if you can for me, please. Thumbs up right below the stream if you can. But that's crazy how that got passed down to him, right? DNA. DNA is kind of a, yep. I used to tell you, like, when I went to those math tournaments when I was a kid, my mom would know to not talk to me. If I had a handful of trophies, I'd come back from a math tournament when I was 12 and I'd have 8 trophies in my hand and 7 of them were gold and 1 of them was silver. My mom was like, I didn't talk to you for a day. You did not want to be messed with. You were in such a bad mood because somebody beat you. You were salty and you were quiet. You were irritable and you were just lost in your thoughts. You were like, how did he beat me? And you were just stuck in that mode. And so that's how competitive I was as a kid. I didn't want second place. That wasn't good enough for me. And so I'm fearful that my own kid's gonna be the same way. It's a very hard life upstairs. It's very hard because, most people get used to losing or whatever. And ego is a really hard life to have because you're your own worst enemy. And it's kind of like a internal battle you always have. So we're at 600. Oh, let's go. My bad. Maybe mine isn't updating. Mine's freezing. But yeah, he's a really good kid though. We have a lot in common. He likes Legos. I like Legos. But anyways, perfectionist complex for me, ADHD. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Looks like the majority, the poll is in. Looks like about 70% of you think we're getting a rate cut, or at least more than 50% thought in your head. Awesome. Martial arts, especially jujitsu. Yeah, he actually does jujitsu, so he's really into it, and the competitiveness of that really is I think really good and healthy for him because he's loving jujitsu. It's everything he does. He's been doing it for 3 years now. Heck yeah. All right, guys. Looks like I'm running out of time in about 5 minutes, but I'm liking some green spiky candles we're getting here. Hopefully the market can stabilize a little bit. My indicators still tell me we have resistance at the open, right? Today's opening price and half gap are still resistance. But hopefully things starting to stabilize. I think the S&P number is starting to get slightly better here, which is good. And we'll see if my long continues to play out for the rest of the day. I like to go hold it at least through close and then some. I grabbed the dip down in here earlier, probably about there. I just held through all of this. It went red for a slight minute, then now it's back to green. I'm just going to wait to see if we close higher. I'd like to see 850 today. That'd be kind of nice. At least kind of like where the equilibrium was pre-market. And maybe tomorrow. Your daughter's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach is 5x world champ due to scary. Oh, it's so funny that, right? You guys, if y'all have your kids in jiu-jitsu or whatever, it's crazy, right? Because you go in there and they're these monster, athlete dudes, big, buff, scary looking guys. And they're always like so sweet with the kids. It's like they love kids. So they're so good with them. They're like the perfect role model for a kid, like a really strong athlete that's very like humbled in their sport, you know? And I think it's kind of cool. Like we had his birthday party and all his jiu-jitsu teachers came and they were just real supportive, just like a mentor. They don't like to have their kids. Yeah. They're like very inspiring, which I really like. I think it's super cool. Like the whole spirit of it is it's very cool. You know, to the kids, it's like a big, you know, buff jiu-jitsu dude is kind of like a superhero to them and like a really good role model. So it's pretty dope. I think it's somebody said Rex Kwano one roundhouse to the face of these bad boys. Forget about it. Oh, man, that was such a good movie. Napoleon Dynamite. You have to learn to lose. Oh yeah, 100%. All right, guys, I'm running out of time. I got 2 minutes left here, but I'm going to get out and go to my stream. I'll be doing a giveaway today. Thank you guys. This is the link, by the way, for my stream. And I'll do a little giveaway today. Some MyFundedFutures for those of you that retweeted that tweet of mine earlier. Really appreciate that. Help get some new faces to the stream here. Hopefully you guys come to this, you know, day trading channel. They do live show all day long. MyFunded TV is great. MyFundedFutures is by far my favorite prop firm. They have been so good. The rules are great. The program is great. It's a really fun and friendly community, extremely educational. You guys here in the show are awesome. I love everybody here. I'm very happy to be here myself. And yeah, thank you guys for all y'all did. Thank you for the 50 resets. That's crazy. Like I said, on this show, imagine, you know, prop shows, they don't sit there and throw hundreds and hundreds of things at the community every day. They give you guys, it's like you go to the ice cream shop, you get a free sample every day, you know, it's kind of nice. But I'll be live today and I'll be giving away some MyFundedFutures accounts for those of you that helped us get the word out. And we really appreciate that. But anyways, I'm out. I'm out of time. I love you guys and I will see y'all later. I'll be here for the afternoon and we'll chat with y'all tomorrow. Have a great day.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.